2018? 2017? Oh my gosh. Bro, this is insane.
Hey, Super Pants was goody in a hoodie. Games? Playing? Do we play games? Are we even playing games today? Do you think we're playing games today? Do you really think that we're going to be playing games today? Do you think that we're going to be playing games today? Is there something about Mondays that makes you think we're going to be playing games? What would ever make you think that I actually play video games or something? Who would have thought that I play video games? Unbelievable. I don't think it will be believable. Nah, my bad. All right, cool. All right. I just want you to know. I don't remember what happened at the end of that match. Did I win? I guess I forgot to divvy out those points yesterday. What a shame. Shame. I wish there was like a notification that said, bro, your prediction is undone. That would have been good to know, like yesterday. You know what I mean? Nah, we're gonna play some games today. We're just fucking with you. The question is, what games and when is the real question. What did we play yesterday? StarCraft? We never got on zombies at all. I'm not playing Overwatch. Out of all the game choices that I have, I can tell you for sure, I'm not going to play Overwatch. It's almost a guaranteed fact. No offense, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Just me and Overwatch ain't gonna be there together, not at once. You know what I mean? Honestly, we might play Arc Raiders today. I'm not gonna lie. I'm thinking about playing this actually. But I do need to get on zombies because, oh shit, actually, on zombies, I think, is Double XP in tomorrow? I think Double XP ends tomorrow. At least Arc Raiders ain't zombies, bro. You such a zombie hater, bro. Come on now. Zombies are so good, bro. Zombies are good. Zombies are necessary. It is a necessary evil to defeat zombies. Now, Call of Duty is not necessary. Let's guarantee that fact. Call of Duty is not necessary. Call of Duty is shite in general. The only good thing Call of Duty can produce at this point is zombies. And even that is far and few between right now, since Black Ops 7 is Black Ops 6 DLC for real. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? However, I'm not gonna watch zombies for 4 hours. Oh. But I can tell you for sure that we won't be playing zombies for 4 hours. Guaranteed. 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 Hightail? Oh, word? I never even said I was playing zombies. I'm just checking to see about the double XP right now. Assumptions, my brother. Assumptions. Anzinni. Jamada. Assumptions are assumptions. Alright, so it does end tomorrow. But back to Japanese. Per usual, because we definitely not starting any games anytime soon. Japanese and rapping is what we're doing. I'm sorry, brother. But no games yet, brother. No games yet. I'm not gonna lie though, but that brings up an interesting point. It's something that I have thought about before, where you know, you can watch anybody, like for example, like you can watch anybody stream or whatever. It's not no, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Do whatever you like, you know what I'm saying? Because it's your own personal freedom. You can watch anybody stream, But the reason why, if anyone is here is because they want to see me stream, not anyone else. Now I get it. You know what I'm saying? You may have a preference of what game to be played. You know what I'm saying? What game you would like. If I were playing games, for example, you know, that'd be great. Like, you know, if I were choosing my game based off my audience, then I could see that. But since I don't actually typically choose, I mean, I guess sometimes I ask, but I don't really choose based off the audience. But once again, if you're here for me. You're not really here for the game, for real. So if we're chatting, then we're chatting. You know what I mean? But like I said, it's not no big deal to me or nothing like that. It is something that I have thought about before. And it's like, well, you know, I mean, if people don't want to watch you, for example, they don't want to watch you, right? But if people don't want to watch the game you're playing, you don't have to watch the. Like, I get it. I get it. You're gonna watch the game if the game is being played, of course. But if I'm currently not playing games, why would we assume that I'm going to be playing games? Because you typically play games, motherfucker. Of course, that's why. That is why. If I given a false facade, I feel like, honestly, in the last couple months, I haven't played as much video games on stream as I used to do. Used to do is non-stop video games, but now we actually rap. You know what I'm saying? We chat with the communities. We talk about Japanese. We talk about life and things and shit. You know what I mean? We chat with people. You know what I mean? And I get it. I get it. Sometimes you just want to watch the game. And I could be hampering on a dead horse. You know what I'm saying? Because Buddy isn't even here to be hearing my commentary about this in the first place. But unfortunately, he rolled out before he even determined if I was even playing zombies. That's crazy. I mean, it is what it is, you know what I mean? It is what it is. All right. So what are we adding to the list today, honestly? Oh. Janeka, Janeno can use a secret agreement to inquire about something one is unsure of, sometimes solely for effect. John is used at the end of a sentence like Janai, Janaika, Janino. Please know that this is slang and shouldn't be used in formal situations. It most likely will never show up in textbooks or dictionaries. Janaika, Janaika, Janino. John of Ejon in today's time is used just for the place of setting high intonations. When you want to use John to seek agreement to inquire about something, you use a rising intonation. Johnne? 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 Aries-chan? Aries-chan? Konnichiwa, Aries-chan? Aries-chan, konnichiwa? Johnne? 大丈夫じゃないか? Daijobu Janaika would be like not alright. Daijobu this guy. Genki? Us. Also, us is like sup. What's up? Us. Need to find the right cable here. That's my phone dead already. Janaika. 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 I feel like that's a lot of words being said there, though, to say Janaika or Janai, no. And this is slang? John?
Aries ascending. Said I don't know how to spell the responses face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
It's okay. You know what I'm saying? We have... Oh, wait. Are you having feelings that isn't on the list, is what you're saying? Do we need to, add stuff on here? Aikawarazu, yeah. Dajobu Janai. Oh, look, we have Dajobu Janai on here. Nemune. Nemuna. Nemui. Nemui, yo. Boku wa Nemui desu, yo. Why do we have Nimui on here, but no explanation of what Nimui actually is? Nimui. Nimui. Do we have Nimui on here somewhere, like as an actual... No. Why do I have this word here with no context? Am I doing this to confuse you guys? To see if you actually are checking my work?
Aries
Nimui?
Said do you have so chill or tired?
I don't think we have... Oh. Ah, that's actually hilarious.
Whatever the Japanese equivalent to those are.
Actually, that's hilarious. So I do have information for you right away. So I had no definition anywhere for Nimui, but Nimui, we have information for you. Nimui this. Nimui this. Oh, there's no other. Literally. And Nimui this. Nimui this ta. Actually. Nimui. Nimui. E. Nimui kunai. Nimui kunai. Why is it kunai? Not janai. Why is it kunai? Nimui kunai. Nimui ku. Wait. Nimui ku nakata. Okay. Nimui kata. Kata. Nimui kata. Nimui ku. Why is the ku here? Is what's throwing me off. What is this? An E adjective. Nimui ku. Why is the ku there? Usually it's ja or like maybe it's this specific word that this is used like that, because usually, let's see here. What is this? Shiyoku. What is that, bow? Is that bow? Opposite of ko? Is that bow? That might be wrong. I feel like bow might be wrong, actually. That was loud as fuck. Pages sound loud as shit, boy. No, it's go. Why did I say it? I knew that was a G, not... B is for the W's, not the... Or for the G's, actually. No. For the, yeah, for the W's, sorry. G is for the K's. Opposite of the K's. I'm saying that because this quotation mark here, I know it's fucking hard as shit to... Oh my goodness. Okay, it seems like we can't zoom past that. Alright. So that this accent mark here, I'm sorry, the quotation marks over top of this is ko by itself, the regular kana, but with the accent mark over top. It's what the fuck did I say? Go. Because the K kanas, the opposite ones. I say opposite because it's the ones with a quotation. I mean, yeah, with the quotation marks over top of them. Like ka is regular kana here, but this right here with the quotation marks is ga. Makes this ga. So ga. Anything else over here? Ki. This is ki. Do we have any other variations though in here? Like this is usually what the fuck is this shit called? Oh my goodness. I know what this is. Why am I acting like I don't know what this is? I feel like it's not toe because this is toe right here. And it's not te because it's got the accent mark, which makes it de. I think it is te regularly. Alright. Verifying. 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 Still verifying. Yes, I was right. So it is te regularly, and then with the quotation marks underneath. Which is weird because for some kana it's above, and then for like this for the te joints in between. Is there any other joints that are in between like that?
Said get your head in the game.
Lock the fuck in. Maybe I'm still thrown off by my guy Super Pants rolling out on me. You know what I'm saying? He is upset that he assumed we were going to be playing zombies and then rolled out on me. It's crazy. Where's the love in the game? You know what I mean? That pun wasn't intended, actually. I would like that to be known that pun actually wasn't intended. Okay, so because we need to go back real quick. Nimue dis. Boku well, Boku is very masculine, so if you use Boku, it might not be. I mean, you can use it. Women can use masculine words, that's for sure. They just sound more masculine. But then it's also hella informal.
Said LOL the StarCraft guy from yesterday.
Yeah, he wants me to play Overwatch for some reason. I just needed to check the double XP giant. You know, how much that double XP was left on the zombies. Actually, I do need to play zombies. If the double XP is over tomorrow, I definitely need to play zombies.
Aries Ascending. Said Overwatch isn't really fun anymore.
That's what I said yesterday. That's exactly what I said yesterday. I was like, I'm not going back to that game. That game is not fun. That game is not fun. But he thought we were going to play zombies, so he left and went to go watch somebody play Hytale, which I think is like a variation of Minecraft, if I remember correctly. I think. I could be wrong about that, actually. He must not be coming through here that often during the daytime, because he must not know. I think he's used to watching me at night.
Said I pop in from time to time to play a few matches and it's just so blah.
Oh, yeah, nah. I uninstalled that game after I stopped playing it for like 8 months, so it's like I'm not even gonna keep it on my computer because I'm not gonna even worry about playing it. Bamas stopped getting on. They started changing shit, or started weakening the Bamas I actually liked, and then they got boring. But I think we might play a little bit of I was thinking about playing Arc Raiders today. I won't lie. I was considered playing some Arc Raiders. But WXP is in 23 hours for zombies. So I do at some point need to get on zombies to finish, you know, a couple challenges, you know, finish that flat line, work on some guns.
And like all the new characters they introduce are too overpowered.
Yeah, he was saying something about like some of the new characters are funner or, you know, more optimal than the niggas I had enjoyed. It was like, well, I like those niggas, so, you know, I don't get on Smite and be like, I'm not gonna use Anubis anymore because he's an OG. You know what I'm saying? Because one of these new guys are out here like I don't know who's shutting down Anubis, and I don't know, somebody. We'll just say somebody. We'll say like
Aries Ascending. Said LOL, you won't rest until the flatline is complete.
Exactly. You know, I was gonna get on last night. Like, I turned on both my computers and everything, and I laid down next to Jet for like 2 minutes. It was supposed to be 2 minutes. And I'll tell you one thing. I stayed there till 5 a.m. Nigga was tired, it seems.
Aries ascending. Said
Yeah, I remember waking up and checking the time randomly. I was like, it's fucking 1:30 in the morning. I've been there for like, at that point, I'd already been laying there for like 4 hours or some shit. Actually, probably longer. And I was like, well, I'm not about to start streaming at 2 in the morning, so I'm just gonna stay right here.
Aries ascending. Said good call LOL.
Yeah, my sleep schedule's already fucked. So, so I needed that sleep, it seems. Now, we did hit the gym this morning.
Aries ascending.
We did hit the gym.
Said he couldn't even co-anchor your stream because he doesn't have a chair.
Exactly. I've been really thinking about that fucking chair. I'm gonna have to look for one. Let me know if you see I'm gonna have to make that fucking chair. Make it? See a chair? I don't know. Something.
Super Pants Swoyu. Said we done with zombies now?
I never started playing zombies. You rolled out before I even started doing anything.
Couches for toddlers, LOL.
Right? Maybe that might not be a bad idea. I don't know. Maybe if I build one, maybe I'll do a stream for that. A builded stream. But then I need to gather materials, plan in advance what I'm going to be building exactly. Camera setups. It'd be a good time, actually. Wouldn't be a bad stream. You know what I mean? Good stream, good bid. Now, I just need to figure out if we're going to, the question is the spacing. That's the problem. You know what I mean? The spacing is the problem. Actually, legitimate problem. You know what I mean? This room is small as fuck.
Aries ascending. Said you need a whole room just for your stream setup, LOL.
You know, the place where I do some of the trainings for some of the classes, or the place I've rented to do some training for classes. I saw that like somebody in somebody's studio there was a content creator or something like that. And I was thinking that the other day, like, well, I've thought about that a couple times, but I was like, niggas probably do. Some people probably do rent out spaces just for that. Like, I mean, some niggas, you know what I'm saying, they got space in their fucking house, but this room is small as fuck. So I would have to dedicate the whole room to streaming. I've thought about making a Murphy bed. Side note, I've thought about making a Murphy bed. This has nothing to do with streaming, of course. For years now. It'd be a lot of work to put into it, but then, you know, beds, for example, because this room is small as fuck, have good storage space underneath them when you have a bed frame that's rised up enough. And since this room is small as fuck, if I build a Murphy bed, then I need to build something in the Murphy bed that stores things, right? This is why. We'll come back to this. This is why, actually, this is a good time for me to segment into my actual commentary here. This is why universal income, right, and living should be a thing, just in general. You know what I mean? It really should be a thing, just in general. Now, I say this because, of course, we need space. Which means we need funds to make space of things, of course. I probably need to dismount this fucking, I haven't used a 65 inch in like at least 2 years. I believe it's messed up. But I need to dismount this joint and put up more bookshelves, actually. What I would like to do with this room, outside of the Murphy bed situation, is I used to have the way the stream is set up now, the L-shaped desk goes like this. You know what I mean? With the bookcase right there. And, you know, the window in the background. I don't like that the window's right here. I wish I could have a different spot for the window. But anywho, you know, you can't change the structure of the house. The bookcase, I like this right here. We used to have this setup where we streamed facing this direction. And the L shape was like that. But obviously the spacing was tight in the room, you know, doing things like that. However, it was fine, but you got more of the computer in the background versus the books. Because I used to have the computers kind of like set up where they were like in view. But what I would like to do is like have the camera where the bookshelf, of course, is in the background. Because, you know, this is part of the setup here. You know what I mean? This is definitely part of the setup. But what I would like is to have the camera from this direction where it actually faces the bookshelf. Maybe I could do... We were talking about pulling out the other camera the other day. I could put the mount like here. I need to get another desk mount. That's what I need. Because if we use the regular mount, that's just going to be in the way and I'm going to kick the fuck out of that joint. You know, just walking past. Or doing something stupid, of course. But to have the camera, secondary camera, like here facing. So that we are in front of the bookshelf. I feel like that would be a good view. I mean, most of the fucking Legos are facing this camera, of course, so and it's kind of a sticky situation. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about the one with your girl. You hear me? But, you know, that's how I would like it. But, you know, back to the places with the suites and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like niggas who actually have, you know what I'm saying, who are actually partnered, like, we're affiliated with Twitch and shit, but we're not partnered, you know what I'm saying? We barely got niggas in here, you know what I'm saying? Appreciate arigato gozaimasu. The people who show up supporting the stream regularly, you know what I'm saying? Or popping in just randomly, you know what I'm saying? The people who, you know, have subbed in the past and in the future. Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. You know what I'm saying? The people who watch the ads that are probably playing actually right now to piss people off. Arigato gozaimasu. You know what I'm saying? You find people supporting the stream, of course, you know what I'm saying? Supporting us. However, the people who are out there doing big things, you know what I'm saying, who could afford to rent spaces just for the stream, I think. Or for their content creation. But I feel like that'd be a good... I thought that would be alright, you know what I'm saying? But niggas is... I think niggas is spending like $2,000, for example, at that fucking suite. Niggas is paying rent money, you know what I'm saying, for their little studio. For their live stream studio, if they're doing it. The other thing I was thinking is like you need to, then that's when you need to use the noise suppression foam on the walls to dampen the sound of the stream. Sheesh. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want this to be like let's just pull some up real quick, you know what I'm saying? Just a rap, you know what I'm saying? Let's just rap about it for a second. You know what I'm saying? Let's just rap about it for a second. Let's see what the state is offering, you know, just randomly. We'll bring this up on. I need a hotkey. I didn't see a hotkey option to bring the screen capture on, but I need to find one. So let's just see what the state of Maryland has to offer. We'll just choose a location because no one knows where we live, of course. You know what I'm saying? We'll just choose a random location over here. Something maybe. It's very densely populated in this area, so it should be some good God damn. Okay, I think I need to yeah, I think I need to do some changes there. Nigga, what the? Did you see that? Nigga, that was a warehouse, bro. That wasn't even. Nigga was working in the. I thought about that too, honestly. Actually, you know, niggas with the. You know, it's like 2,000 for. See, but the problem would be internet. That's when you need that fucking Starlink or something. You know what I mean? Fucking, you rent out a fucking storage unit and you stream from the storage unit. Head ass. Is that all that's in this area? Is that what they're saying? It just big drains? Hey, you're not showing me anything different. I'm obviously clicking on stuff. Why is excuse me, hello? Okay, obviously we need to look something different. Hold on. You know. From $75 per month. Fuck you mean? You know what I hate is that you're not giving me some generic pricing. You know what I'm saying? It's from $75 is on everything. Okay, maybe not on everything. Never mind. Nigga, I don't want to give you my email. Like, I don't want to go that far. You know what I mean? I just want examples, you know what I mean? I just want some example. And this also isn't the state I looked up. I said Maryland. Craigslist. Since when does Craigslist have? This makes me feel like this is sketchy. I'm not gonna lie, this makes me feel like that's sketchy. Craigslist having shit sounds sketchy, does it not? I think that sounds sketchy. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see what Marriott properties. I feel like I've seen this for the places to rent, right? Like, I don't want to request more information. I just want to. Niggas don't never want to just give you a price, bro. I just want to see what your small options look like, bro. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, who needs this much space? This is too much space. This is 3 rooms. Nigga, that's an apartment. That's somebody's apartment size. Alright. So I don't know if we're going to be able to find any examples. Or maybe? Nigga, I want to see what this space looks like. Niggas want to be showing you the common areas. Nigga, do you think I want to see... Alright, hold on. Let me just get something that isn't College Park, of course. Okay. Once again, it's 25th floor. God damn! Nigga, what? This also doesn't look anything like a private office. I think once again, we have failed to understand the assignment. Well, anywho, like I said before, I know for sure that those suites, for example, are like 2,000. You can't see examples until you let them send you junk mail. Exactly. Working in an abandoned Circus City. Exactly. Crazy. Why did speech chat stop working? I didn't hear any of those comments. Why does this shit restart itself? But yeah. Can I look up, like, why am I not seeing move in ready? $600 per person. No, this is not Central Chicago. $249 per person. Nigga, because I can see some sunlight? Bro, what the fuck is this, bro? Are you using a desk? Like, oh my fucking goodness. First off, get the fuck out of here, bitch. Turn that off.
Aries ascending. Said LOL, they said if you wanna play, you're gonna pay.
Bro, this isn't even, you couldn't even stream in these situations. These are like offices. Can I see, like, I typed in suite, right? I did type in suite. Correct? I know I'm not tripping, right? I looked up office suites, right? That was a nice little nook. Texas? What does this have to do with Maryland? Virtual office. Oh, like, okay. I know what that's for. If you want to use your business, for example, like if you create a business in they're gonna ask you where you want your mail sent for the business, and some people don't want it sent to their house, of course, because then sometimes it makes your physical address show up in certain bases or certain information bases or whatever. You might not want that specifically associated with your address. But yeah, so that will be for why the virtual office. If you get any mail or anything like that, it gets sent there. XYZ. What is an executive?
Aries Ascending.
1 to 49 people.
Said businesses at my job used those.
Use what, these offices? Or I don't remember what the fuck I was saying earlier.
Said one of the suites has like 5 different businesses in it, lol.
Exactly. Like what? Oh, see, this is more similar to something I've seen actually. This might be owned by a similar company actually. No, I don't want one person. 50 square feet. 50 square feet? How big is this room? I feel like I'm gonna look like an idiot, but I'm about to count out some squares real quick. I mean, this might be like, how many squares is that? This is 10 by like 14. It might be like, what's the exact number on? Obviously, I can't type. That's about 140 square feet. Okay. So this is the size of my room, pretty much. I gotta have 3 people as an office in here. Maybe I need to change things up. Yes, I did use my feet to count that out. We've got about 13 inches of foot. So, you know what I'm saying, give or take some centimeters in the room somewhere, you know what I'm saying? We made that work. I think that was a logical way of figuring that situation out. You know what I mean? Bro, look at this. 150 square feet. $1,500, bro.
Aries Ascending. Said who needs measuring tape?
When you got feet, right? Exactly. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? You can have a dedicated desk. A shared workspace. 25 bands, bro. God dang. Niggas are spending 25,000, bro. This seems like a ripoff. This is one extra person for an extra 1,000. It's not an extra 1,000. It's actually 550. No, 600. 500. Wow, you're bad at math today. You're bad at a lot of things today. Stay off the drugs, kids. Stay off the drugs. Yeah, this is actually kind of crazy. Yeah, see, this isn't. I can spend $1,500 on improvements to the room type shit. Yeah, niggas gotta be. Hold on a second. Let's do some math. You know what I'm saying? Some insight math. And we're not even going to do the ratio of we'll just say it's like 1,500. We're not even going to do the ratio of how much we actually get per sub or whatever. But let's say, what is it, like $6 to sub to somebody? Right. Yeah, it's about $6.
Said might as well get a 2-bedroom apartment for all that, lol.
Exactly. What am I saying? 1,500 divided by 6. Need 250 subs at minimum to cover the cost. That's actually crazy. Might as well get a 2-bedroom apartment. Exactly. 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 It fucking exactly, bro. Exactly. But then, you know, you got to pay for like, make sure utilities when it comes to that. So I don't know about all that. Versus this might include
said that's just breaking even with your space. Doesn't
exactly
operating costs, lol.
Exactly. Yeah, this includes dedicated internet. So I don't even know if the internet is good enough to stream, but you know what I'm saying, like it's dedicated internet. You know what I mean? So that's paid for. And then there's bathrooms, of course. You know what I'm saying? There's a lounge or whatever if you need to use a kitchen. Some shit. So, you know, renting an apartment is definitely means you gotta even more dedicated. That means you're dedicated for at least a year. I feel like that's good for like I said, once again, if you're somebody who is, what was it, 250 subs minimum. I wonder how much partners get for the split. The split for me in Twitch is like some crazy ratio where it's not 50-50, of course. You know what I'm saying? And it's not 60-40 in my favor, of course, either. You know what I mean? It's something like 60-40, I think, when you're affiliate.
Aries ascending. Said 80-20 lol.
I could be wrong, honestly, actually. Could be wrong. So I'm not entirely sure. I should have a custom badge for you sub people instead of you having a generic badged. You know what I'm saying? I should get you like a custom track. Once again, that has to go back to our emotes. Oh, what emotes are we supposed to be making? Like weeks ago? And this is why people think they have ADHD.
Aries ascending. Said to the face.
To the face. That's on my list, correct? I'm checking the list right now. Very long list. I'm gonna make some adjustments to the hydrate. Speaking of that, I think it's time we drink some water. Somewhere around here, the water bottle. All right. Sorry about that. Feel like I had got some hair in my mouth while drinking water. That's the problem with having a long ass mustache and a beard. You know what I'm saying? No upper lip. You know what I mean?
Aries ascending. Said that's to be expected for you, lol.
Literally. And then, of course, had to use the restroom too, you know what I mean? Was already there, might as well. You know what I'm saying? Release the water we just drank. Ha 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 ha. Actually, it doesn't work like that. It takes at least 5 minutes for water to frost through your stomach. What did we say? To the face. To the face! To the face! I feel like we should make that into a GIF. Something you could, not a GIF, but like a little...
Said Japanese lessons and science lessons. Jackpot.
Yes, exactly. The type of stream that Super Pants needs to be here for. Head ass. I feel like there's another emote we're supposed to do. Also, Dakota, I don't know if you were here that day, but someone let us know
Silent German.
that this is kind of like
Silent German.
I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a block in this mother sucker. Alright, so there's another video we were thinking about. What was the second thing we wanted to say about that? Wanted to make a video about improvements to Yu-Gi-Oh! That would help, just like that thing we were talking about the other day. Like, we kind of did talk about most of it when we were playing the other day, but like actually lining it up and then going back. I probably need to go back to that video and see if I can clip any of that out. But yeah, like it just doesn't it doesn't what's the word? If it doesn't have all of the points I want to be in that video, then I'll just make a new video or add to the video or some shit. But I don't know. But yeah, just jotting down some quick points. Like, one was the favorites thing. Another thing is about the card placer, like the auto card placer. Like adding favorite. Well, let's go back to the favorites thing. When we're in duel, adding a card to your favorites thing. I know I was talking about it the other day. When you're the auto card placer, I use that. so I can save seconds of having to place the card specifically. But the problem with using that is sometimes when people negate the field, like some cards have a, if you negate somebody's attack or you negate an effect or do some shit, you know, some annoying ass cards, it negates sometimes it'll negate either the monster zone, most of the time it's spell or trap card zone, and it'll like have like an electric field over that spot in the fucking field. However, the auto card placer will put cards in that space first before the empty spaces. That's annoying as fuck. Like, you have to manually do it, and if you for example, sometimes it doesn't let you manually just put the card down. Sometimes, like if you add a card, for example, like True Light, the card that allows us to grab a card from our deck, for example, will place the card wherever it wants, not based off of where we want, because it's auto doing it for that card effect, versus us like from our hand are placing the card in a specific spot, which is also an annoying extra step because you have to choose between activate effect or set, you know, when placing the card, extra steps that aren't needed when the auto placer could just not place it in the unavailable fields. You know what I mean? What was the other thing? If battle phases, for example, so like for example, if the battle phase, like if you use Threatening Roar, I added that card to my deck for the event, or actually in general, I think I'm probably gonna keep the card in there. It's an old card, but Threatening Roar is a trap card that stops your opponent from being able to attack at all or orchestrate their attack during that turn. So you can use it whenever during that turn. You could use it when they start up an attack, when they actually enter the battle phase, or you can use it right when they start their turn. It doesn't really matter because it's a trap card that doesn't have specific parameters about when your opponent attacks or when they start their battle phase. It's just use it. So like when you use that card at the beginning, for example, because sometimes you want to avoid waiting until the battle phase, because, you know, niggas be having them annoying ass cards where, oh, I summoned this and now I can destroy multiple cards, where I activated my effect where I activate 10 other effects, and then by the time you see what's happening, I can destroy all your cards on the field. Yeah. Or before they, you know, counter your effect, you know, with some card they're going to place down or whatever, just activate the effect in the beginning so you know for sure you can avoid the battle phase.
Said BRB.
BRB. Okay. So you can just ignore the battle phase. And yeah, if you just do it at the beginning of the match, then it's not a problem. You know what I mean? Next thing, this is actually crazy that it's actually, what is 50 feet? That's 5 feet. 5 by 10. That's 10. Let's go 10 or 11. I think this is almost doable. Like a small space like that, that's almost doable. That's almost like, do they have a picture of the smallest space? They don't have a picture of the smallest space. Can you just show me an office that is 50 square feet? Like, don't be a dickhead. Like, this is the amount of space. Like, you... Like, if this is 50 square feet, like, yeah, this it's not terrible. It's just, it's not really. I guess for like a stream, it might not be the best, which is crazy because there's no in between 50 and 100 square feet. 100 square feet was pretty good. And for 1,000, though, that's crazy. How many? If the split is 40% in our direction, right? Let's say the split is 40% in our direction, right? $6, right? 60%, of course, is 60. I mean, 6. What am I trying to say? 10% of $6, right? Of $6. 10% of $6 is what? What do you say? Let's do some math for people who don't know how to do this. It's 60 cents. No, that's not true. It's 60 cents. Don't pay attention to this. Because the 6 is not representative of $6. $6 is actually, when we're doing math, whoops, 600. You know what I mean? Because it's 600 pennies. But then if we do, you know what I'm saying? Once again, $6, right? But if you do, now you're not going to know what's happening here. Because once again, you're going to need to put your decimal point like right here. But anyhow, so their split is probably about $3.60. If this makes any sense to anybody. Like drop this because obviously this is a 3-digit number that we have. We can't have 4 digits. You know, and drop that for example. And then add the decimal point right here. You know what I mean? And then $3.60. Now, how am I getting this? Because 10% of $6. 10% of $6. Why the fuck did I times this times 6? If you did 10% times $6, it's still going to be 6 right here. You know what I mean? 60 cents. And if we did actual 360. So that's how I got it. So 360, right? Leaving 240. So what did we say? For 250, it's 1,500, right? But 250, right? If we did the, what would we say, 240? No, they're getting 360. About 240, right? So if we divide, you know, by the 2.4, it's 625 subs. At the affiliate level, that's 625 subs. Now, for sure, if you get 625 subs all of a sudden at an affiliate level, you're most likely going to have more than the average of 75 viewers per day, and now you have the subs in that 1 month or whatever, and you're going to be trending because most likely a lot of these people are going to be resubbing. You know what I'm saying? And just to make whatever the quota is. Like in these days, you know, to become, you know, to give you all some information, context about streaming, of course. Sorry, I'm trying to find really where's that fucking setting? Oh, here it is. I don't know why I can find this. So this is what it takes to become partner. For example, you got to have 6 streams on 6 unique days with an average of 75 viewers, right? Well, goddamn, we obviously don't have that. Is that all you're supposed to have now? Because I feel like it used to be more than that. It's not more than that anymore. Okay. Exceptional viewership growth with established audience on other platforms. So, like, for example, like I said, if you get 625 subs in 1 month, randomly, outrageously, to get 1,500 in 1 month, then yeah, you're definitely probably going to get swept right into this exception situation. That's if somebody wanted to make 1,500 just to rent a space that costs them 1,500, and that's not even including all the extra fees or whatever that might be included after the fact that you may have to pay for, or you know what I'm saying, in the maintaining of the space at all, you know what I mean? So when you're a partner, you can get up to 60 channel emotes. Interesting. Okay, interesting. However, once again, we're a far stretch away from fucking even reaching something like this. So this doesn't even fit in the category for us. You know what I'm saying? If the people come through and start supporting on a regular basis, I feel like this is also why, yeah, see, our viewership has dropped. For a while, we were keeping a steady 4. We were growing for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Just to give you all a glimpse of things that will be things that happen around there, you know what I mean? But yeah. Hold on a second. I mean, I don't care if y'all saw how much money and time we put into this joint on the past month or whatever. It doesn't really matter to me. You already know, I told y'all, you know what I'm saying, streaming is paid for like 3 games last year. That's why it's hard for people to break into streaming these days, you know what I mean? Because streaming it's a very saturated platform. You know what I'm saying? If you want to stream, you gotta get out here and do something somehow. You know what I mean? No, but see, they're only charging $6.15. That's actually not bad. The question is, it said small office, right? It says small office. Fully furnished and ready to move in. Wait. Wi-Fi and IT support. Wow. This is far as shit though. I feel like I know where this is at. Actually. Maybe not. This isn't where I thought it was. It's close. Actually, no, this is right around the corner from where I thought it was. Okay. So yeah, this is in the general area where I thought it was. Okay. All right, because this building seems familiar, which is crazy that I'm seeing a building, like I'm just seeing the buildings and I'm recognizing the area, which is actually crazy. I don't know where the fuck that's at. But that's actually, this isn't terrible. I'd like to favorite this, but of course it doesn't matter because I don't have an account. So what list is this added to? Yeah, damn. That other place is way cheaper. Way cheaper. Is it the county? Is that what's determined in this? Must be the county. No. This is even still cheaper. Can you see the office size though? No, you just see the shared common. Alright. That's not. That's very pink and white. It is very bright. It is a very bright situation. Oh, we've seen this one already. $800 per person. God damn. They're asking all the questions that are all the same to what we are already looking for, you know what I mean? Kenilworth. Oh my. $150. I mean 1500, sorry, not 150. For the 150 space though. I don't even know where the fuck this is at. Actually, I feel like I know where this is. Not the building, but the space. That's still cheaper than the other spot.
Aries
You see any of the rooms?
Said LOL, you're still looking at those face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
I've because outside of the stream situation, I've looked at this before for like the firearm training classes, but you know, to rent spaces pretty much that are the same size. But niggas, that you'll rent a space, or they'll a lot of places they'll charge you like a lot of places they'll charge you like, bro, like $50 an hour, goddamn, maybe more. It's like, bro, I need at least like, you know, anywhere between 4 to 6 hours. It's supposed to be a 16-hour course, mind you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm able to teach it in 4 to 6 hours. You know what I'm saying? Because when it's a small class, it's a small class. I feel like they're just showing me the same ones. But fitness center. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch this be pricey. Nope, it's the same price as all the rest of them. We found one that was like near Anne Arundel that was like Arundel Mills, not Anne Arundel.
Said, do they require a minimum amount of hours?
For the rent the space ones? Nah, I found some where like you could rent for like an hour or two or something like that. But I found some where like if you rented for like 4 hours, you had to rent the whole day or some shit. I was like, bro, why the fuck am I renting for 8 hours or whatever? Or like, for example, if I, you know what I'm saying, had a larger class, you know what I'm saying, it may take more time to cover all the information and to go over everything with everyone, you know, make sure everyone's good. So
said some places are like $60 an hour, but it's a minimum of 2.
Exactly. It's crazy. And the thing is, I'm not charging you enough to pay $60 or $50 an hour.
Said, like, why bother doing per hour if it has to be 2 at time?
Exactly. Just say minimum $120, minimum 2 hours, and keep it pushing. But yeah, that shit, niggas is not making enough money to be spending all the money on the office space. You know what I mean? Unless it's like, you know what I'm saying? If it's like 10 niggas in a class, then all right, you know what I'm saying? You could get away with renting a larger space, but like, god damn. Oh my goodness. That's double the amount. Oh, why the fuck is it showing Pennsylvania Ave? Nigga, I don't want to see that shit. But, yeah, it's like, nah. That just made me stressed thinking about that. Yeah. But right now we don't have you know what I'm saying?
Aries ascending.
We usually don't even have.
Said Wuzza.
Yeah. Stressing the fuck out. Need some gum. What was I about to say? We don't even have a class of that size to be worried about that anyway. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, renting out spaces, you know what I'm saying? We only ever use like 1 to 2 people. And even the space that I rent out, them motherfuckers give me like a whole fucking conference room. I'm talking like, it's damn near might as well be like 20 chairs at that table, I think. And that fucking room is big as shit. Like, I'm like, bro, it's me and one other nigga in this room. But yeah, it's just like, all right. You know what I'm saying? But to rent out a fucking space, like, you might as well just, instead of
said they're being extra generous, LOL.
Literally extra generous. Now when I pull up with like 10 niggas, it'll be good, you know what I'm saying? But when that's why it's like, is it worth renting an office space out or to actually just rent out a suite, you know, like not by the hour but an actual joint for the month? Because if you're gonna spend, like, let's say we do a 4-hour class and we spend the $50 an hour, no, we'll say $60 an hour or whatever, that's minimum $240. Okay,
SG Zealot
it's one class.
said join at silent German _s Discord channel and get.
Then we're gonna need to you know, because I'm not doing mental math right now, because, you know what I'm saying, this is what we're doing, right? That's about six niggas. 6 1/4 of a nigga. So we'll say 7 niggas. That needs to be 7 classes for it to equal enough to just rent the space. And the actual office space. You know what I mean? For most of the joints we just saw, it was each like, well, actually, no, it's less than that. Because technically speaking, no. For a few niggas to be in that room, because the 50 square feet joints are like literally like the offices niggas will have at like fucking the education credit union or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, shit ain't no fucking space. It's enough for the desk and the first person that's in there working, and the second nigga is the motherfucking coming to see them and shit. So it's like, you need that 150 square feet joint. Except for that joint, but out now near Arundel Mills, like, that shit was like 800 or something like that for the 150 square feet. But even then, the range I typically go to is down here, down on this side. So driving up there, we need to go to a range up there. And I think the closest range up there is like an hour away or some shit. So that's still an hour both directions, damn near. Not helpful. So yeah, you end up having to have like the 7 niggas. So it's like 7 niggas a month just to pay the rent of the place. That's not even to put money in your pocket. That's not even to cover the cost of the rounds you gonna spend for 7 niggas, the time. Yeah, I'm stressing the fuck out. This is why, this is a good segue moment too. This is also why people are workers and not entrepreneurs. This is one of the reasons. You know what I'm saying? The stress that comes with running a business or operating your own business and trying to do something with it, or even trying to do anything. Bro, them niggas are making tons of bank, tons of fucking bank. Cause the niggas, that's what you do right there. Rent out an office, or you own the office space. Well, I guess that was pretty good prior to
said owning a business is definitely not for everyone.
Owning a business is not for everyone. Not at fucking all. That shit is not rated E for everyone. That shit's not even rated M for mature. That shit is like rated F for like fuck my life. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah. Rated C for crazy.
Aries Ascending said rated C for you gotta be crazy to want to do this. Face with tears of joy. Face with tears of joy.
That's actually comical that we were on the same page just now. Actually crazy that we were on the same page. I was like, rated C for crazy would be the better one. Literally, you got a message right after that. That's really good. Lock in, gang. Lock in. Yeah. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, the niggas who own the bills be making bank. But prior to fucking,
said
we were on the same wavelength
today. LOL.
Hey, humans. You know what I'm saying? We got that dolphin wavelength sense right now, you know what I'm saying? Telepathy. I was about to say telekinesis. I ain't moving shit with my mind. What the fuck was I about to say? Yeah, them niggas are making like 1,500. Let's say like we seen some of them spaces, right?
Said telekinesis, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you get your words mixed up. Don't forget, English is not my first language. Let's say like each joint, it's like 40,000 square feet. We'll say like each joint is like 150 square feet. That's 266. We'll say 267. Nigga, who typed that 3 in? And then we'll say niggas is making almost $500,000 a month. Almost $500,000 a month. You know what I'm saying? But the cost of, you know, buying the property or owning the property or whatever. Actually, let's look up. I forgot how much those costs were looking like. Excuse me. Don't ever have the hiccups around me. I will definitely. I say auction. Like I want to buy. I don't want to go to an auction. I just want you to show me the money. Okay, this obviously isn't for me. Can we? Oh my goodness. Wait, what? I just want a regular size building, like nothing OC or nothing, you know what I'm saying? Just to own the whole section. These guys old as fuck. $175,000. 70,000 square feet. What was my math before? 40,000 square feet. See, but this place don't look the same, so I don't think you're getting away with the 1,500 a month. I mean, you might these days, but I don't think if they're fully leased right now, right? This actually isn't a bad price. The real question is what the lease is looking like. The real question is what the leases are looking like. You know what I mean? 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet. 150 spaces. We said 267 spaces. That's at a smaller. We'll just say they each. I don't even know if we can say that. Can we even say 50 of it?
Probably more than they're worth.
Yeah. I don't even know if we can say like they're getting 1,500. They're probably getting less than 1,500. I mean, they might be getting 1,500. Either way. I'm not gonna lie, I'm about to buy this. Somebody try to throw some money together, we can buy this. If this if at minimum, we might need to buy this. I might need to take this off the stream right now. Delete this VOD.
Aries Ascending. Said they can charge that much and someone will pay it, lol.
Cause like, alright. Let's see what the space is like. Not saying anybody needs to be evicted if we owned it or anything like that, you know what I mean? We just want I'm not gonna lie to you, this shit is ugly. No cap, this shit is ugly. Oh, wait, oh. This shit is ugly as fuck. I hope this isn't like, I mean, these are, it says these may not be current of what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? Because they're all occupied type shit. But that shit is, if they haven't done no like building maintenance or whatever, like updates, that shit is ugly. You can make more money by making some updates, that's for sure. That's for sure. First off, paint these fucking walls, bro. Change this lighting out. I fucking hate these ceilings. And what the fuck is this? Why is this like a fucking walk-in pharmacy or some shit? Might be. This is ugly. Change these fucking cabinets out. Oh my fucking goodness. So anywho, but like I was saying, right? Hey, maybe we need to put through a crowdfund situation real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Said give it your Dune-based treatment face.
Exactly. It needs a little squeaky maintenance. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I got what you were saying. Now we need to clip that out. Oh my goodness. Aries. I didn't know I wasn't showing you the fucking space. I'm sorry. I thought I was showing you the space this whole time. It's funny that I said I shouldn't show the space because, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about I should buy this. Or we should put it together. But this shit is ugly. Like, this shit is ugly as fuck. Like, look at these cabinets. Like, this shit is ugly as fuck. Like, this shit needs a renovation. Fuck all that. You know what I'm saying? But obviously, if they're all occupied, you know what I'm saying, you can't really do nothing about that. Well, I mean, you might be able to. But as a about on this building, for example, I would, it definitely needs to glow up. And with a glow up, you can charge more. You know what I mean? But if they're already leased out, that may be a little bit difficult because their lease. I mean, I guess it depends on when their lease is up. Investment or owner user. Is there multiple people who own this building? Investment or owner user? What the fuck does that mean? Stop with the fucking AI shit. This shit is using up precious resources. I don't care for your AI responses. I'm old school with the Google. All right. I need to turn this shit off because I know you can do that with the other shit. I don't want this shit. I do not want this. We'll have to worry about it later. What the fuck is it? Hey, Bigger Pockets. If you never heard of Bigger Pockets, shout out to Bigger Pockets. You know what I'm saying? They plug me in with the real estate shit. I haven't done anything with that information, but you know what I'm saying? They plug me in with information about revolving around passive income with real estate in terms of real estate properties or flipping, you know what I'm saying? Using the BRRRR technique, but also they plug me into some some good books, which I would recommend, of course. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's that fucking book actually called? That one book by the co-owner of the shit. If the owner currently occupies the property, is normally listed as owner user. Our many times leave as owner user just because it's vacant. They're unable to lease it. Maybe I need to get on Bigger Pockets and see if I can crowdfund some money together and purchase this shit. But see, you know, with the more hands in the pot, the less money you have in your accessible situation. So anywho, right? But if the price is 170, let's just say the price is exactly 175 bands, right? Let me bring up the fucking, if at minimum, you know what I'm saying? Since it's 150 spaces, if at minimum, which I assume they're definitely getting at least 1,500 probably. I mean, those places do look like ass, so, but I feel like over time, they probably get about 1,500. If at minimum, they each got 1,000, right? That's 150,000 bands. If the place costs 175,000, which is actually cheap as fuck when it comes to the, you know, commercial spaces from what I saw on that list. I mean, outside of maintenance, of course, we don't know what the cost of maintaining the buildings are. We don't know what the cost of getting repairs or maintenance situations. So I've never used their website, actually. I've only listened to them on podcasts. Commercial real estate investing. Do they have? Where's the search option? Commercial real estate. Real estate. Obviously, I can't type or spell today. What am I trying to look up? Commercial real estate. Maintenance costs. Maintain. I know I'm taking you on a journey that you didn't expect to go down today. Okay, I don't think this is helping me. All right, let's just say, right? Let's just say minimum maintenance cost will be extra generous in the total overall things. We'll say it's like more than 25,000. We'll say it's like, we could even say it's 50,000, right? If maintenance of the building is about 50,000, hopefully it's not more than 50,000 because that is crazy ratio. But even if it is 100,000, right? And you only get left with 50 bands. I mean, it's not much. I mean, I guess it depends on how much stress is put on your mind for the amount of money you're getting off of this. But 50 bands is still 50 bands. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have to operate working to, if they're all leased out already, right? And you don't have to worry about re-leasing them or whatever for whatever amount of time. If you can pass a whole year, 50 bands is still 50 bands. You know what I'm saying? You got to worry about the maintenance shit, but maybe you may have systems in place already for that. So unless you have to orchestrate, depending on how much time and effort you got to put in it, this could be pretty passive. I did hear podcasts towards the end of my time with Bigger Pockets a couple years ago. I need to listen to them again, actually, because it seems like I have some things to think about. Japanese science and real estate lessons. You're getting it all today. All of it. And Super Pants was worried about playing video games. This nigga should be worried about these life lessons I'm handing out right now. Sheesh. I'm not throwing jabs. I want it to be known. I'm just making fun of course. But 50 bands, right? 50 bands in a year? Let's say you don't even put in 40 hours of work a week. Like you put in like, you can actually hire a property manager or somebody to manage the building and then pay them out of pocket. Even if, right, you only made at the end, like let's say you paid them $25,000. Cost of running the building, we'll just say is, if it's $125,000, this is a crazy scenario that it's going to cost $125,000 a year, so you only get $25,000 left over. But if you do no work for the whole fucking year, practically outside of just owning the building, because you have somebody who's going to worry about collecting the funds, leasing the space, blah blah blah, if it needs to be leased or XYZ. If you don't have to worry about any extenuating costs, 25 bands outside of that per year, even if it was 25 bands is a terrible deal. I want that to be known. 25 bands is a terrible deal, but this is an example of how much passive income could be made just in a general sense. If you spend 175,000, you only need to pass 7 years. If you take out a business loan for the money, right? Of course, you take out a business loan for the money. I don't know how much, I don't know if a business loan it can be exacted 175,000 or if you got to take out 200,000, you know what I'm saying? A little bit more, XYZ, whatever. I don't know what the we'll just say 200,000. Fuck, man. Can you yeah, we'll just, oh my goodness, bro. I just want some info. What's the zip code on this bitch? Oh, 2073, right? Okay, it seems like you're trying to send me stuff, and that's not what I want you to do. I want you to just tell me. Okay, shut the fuck up. I don't know if just a regular Joe Schmo could get this easily, but you know what I'm saying? Let's say it's 175,000, right? Okay, obviously we need a loan term that's a little bit longer than the time frame we would be needing to get the money for that. You'd spend 277, so you'd pay them an extra 100,000. Oh my fucking goodness. And that's based off of this bullshit ass fucking calculations. Extra 175,000. I'm sorry, an extra 102,000. We'll say 103,000. An extra 103,000. So realistically speaking, because we're doing more math, of course. I forgot what I was even trying to do in terms of with the numbers, not what I was trying to actually type in, but it would take 11 years. That still wouldn't be possible. Okay, so once again, my bad deal scenario doesn't even fit the script for the calculations. Okay, so let's talk about good deals, right? So if this was a good deal, right? Let's say maintenance cost $150,000. Let's say it's $1,000 per suite or whatever. It's $150,000 at the end of the year. Gross. Let's say it takes $50,000 for maintenance, leaving $100K. Let's say you do hire somebody to manage the property, and that doesn't even really have to be full time, realistically speaking, I think, because I think they're not going to be spending the whole time worried about that. But let's say you did, I don't know. Let's say you paid them 40 bands. We're not even going to say 50 bands. Actually, let's go with 50 bands. We'll go with 50 bands. Let's say you take home 50. So you need to pay. Why am I typing all these sevens? 277,000. So you took home 50 bands a year. 5.5 years. So if you got a loan term for 10 years and you paid, and you pocketed 50,000 from the investment or from the property every year, it was only 50 bands. After 150,000 revenue, gross revenue, and you only net revenued 50,000, it'd be paid 5.5 years. The loan will be paid 5.5 years, and then you would own the building. Do you own the property? No, this is, oh man, I have some really bad math that's occurred. The parking is 150 spaces. I thought it was 150 spaces, like in terms of the fucking suites or whatever. It says 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet. How big is this building? 70,000 square feet. Typical floor is 15,000. For how many fucking suites are on a... Well, I guess each one of these buildings is a different business, right? But see, when they got the back door joints, it'd be like split. We don't have good numbers then. We have some more information. They don't want to give out all that information because then that'll make it less worthy of a sale if people know how much money they're not making in advance. But let's say 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet. 1,000 square feet leased. But see, if they have a space that is multiple spaces or multiple leases or multiple units or whatever, they're gonna have more spaces or something like that. What a damn shame. Let's say, right? Let's say on the bigger side of things that these spaces that are leased are on the bigger side of things. Let's say like one of these rooms or something. I feel like these are connected to multiple offices. So this looks like it's at least over 150 square feet for one fucking room, no matter what the room is. So we'll say that if it's 70,000, no, that doesn't seem like it's right. It looks like there's one business per joint, but it also looks like they own these units, so that's a different subsection. This is 844 square feet. Is this for each building? Is that what this is? right, let's hold on. We got to do exact numbers here because you know what I'm saying. 83, maybe 82 units. So if it's 82 units, let's say it's 82 units, you get about 1,000 per unit. That's 82 bands per year. That's still, this is going to hurt. All right, let's say maintenance costs, including building management that isn't done by you. You probably only take home like maybe 22,000. But even still, 175, no, 277 divided by 22,000, 12.5 years. I don't know what the typical, oh my goodness, double it, double the time frame. That shit is 405,000. I don't think bro, you just barely break even over 20 years. Actually crazy. Not worth having in that case. But if you have multiple properties, nope. I don't know. Can I get something that's not in this area? Yeah, some of these are like, these are condo units. That's not what I was looking for. This is 4.5 million. Yeah, nah. Owings Mills. It's a medical office. Oh no, too. Which means they gotta be bringing in some money, right? This whole joint's gotta be leased out, I'm assuming, right? Medical condo unit? It says unit. I don't even know that. This is just for the office. Oh my goodness. That's not even the fucking... That wasn't even the building. That was just the office space. Oh my goodness. Bro, these are owning the units, bro. The units, bro. Not even the building, bro. Actually fucking crazy. Okay. I'm getting stressed. And, why is it acting like I can't click these? Nigga, what? Bro, I want to click this. This is just the unit. Why is it clicking that? Okay, it's doing that shit again. Alright, we're gonna get the fuck off of here. Let me see something else real quick. Let's look up warehouse real quick. Warehouse for sale. Commercial buildings for sale. Oh, this is that site we clicked on earlier. $50,000. Look at this. Look like it's. This don't look like it's it. I can tell you that. Energy Parkway. Some manufacturing area. You're not really showing me the actual street view though. I hope that's known. I want to go over here. Thank you. This doesn't even look like the building that I clicked on. Alright. That shit is not the type of building I was hoping for. Alright. That sucks ass cheeks. And god damn these prices, man. Sounds like a scam. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Alright, how about... what about industrial land? Where the fuck is Leonardtown? St. Mary's. Oh fuck no. Do you have anything closer up this way that isn't out in West Bubblefuck? Not choose like the counties maybe? What you got out here? Bro. Right. What was the third one for the capital region? Buckeyes Town. This is Frederick County. Nigga, excuse me? That's Southern Maryland. You goddamn right. Oh my goodness. Okay, this isn't helpful. I wanted to be known. This is not helpful at all. Are there even anything outside of what I just saw on that list? There's got to be more, right? There has to be more, right? Alright, can I find something on my own? Bro, what the fuck is this shit doing? Stop. It's not changing this fucking... Oh my fucking goodness, bro. Nine months ago. 30 days ago. 2.3 million. Nigga, do I look like a millionaire to you? This is only showing... First off, that's in a whole separate state. Fuck that website. Is there somewhere else? Like, is that it? Where's the realtor of... I mean, that LoopNet site is supposed to be... fucking... something. It's supposed to be something. You're acting like it's not anything. Alright. Now let me look for a place in the district I know the rules for. When it comes to... zoning for what's that thing called? Parcel B10. Wait. This is the golf course around the corner. Is this golf course that I'm thinking of? Wait, this isn't the one I'm thinking of. This looks very similar. Are they not making enough money? 300,000 is kind of... I mean, I guess niggas don't be golfing like that sometimes. But 300,000... I mean, this shit might be sold by now. Because this shit's over 2 years old, the listing. So, unless it's still been on the list for this fucking long. Updated 70 days ago. So I guess it's still recent. Maybe. Oh my fucking goodness, bro. They must not be making any money if it's 300,000. Like, nobody's come up on this shit yet. Niggas out here buying golf courses? Like, I wouldn't even thought about that. Anyway, so back to what I was looking for, though. Like, I'm looking for the... 4 mil. Nigga, do I look like a nigga who owns $4 million? If I did, I'd be buying a property already today. on stream. Where I probably already own one, so we'd be doing it from whatever place we own, right? 300,000. Pennsylvania Ave. I feel like I'm not allowed to. I think zoning laws would bar me from. Yeah. From being able to put a firing range in that area. There are specific zoning laws, of course, for firing ranges. It has to be a certain amount of space between the next area, and you have to have sound dampening, but this is all for this specific county. So I don't even know if half an acre in the middle of Crane Highway, rural residential. Nigga, there's nothing on this property, which means I would have to make a turn-off location. That is a crazy place to be selling a fucking land parcel for. Moving on, again, see, this is why a range needs to be in this general area, because there's only one in this general area. This is up Marlboro. But see, then, first off, that looks like a church. It's just a sketch or whatever of what could be on the land. Like what you could, rural residential. Property type commercial. Zoning is rural residential, but the property type is commercial. I didn't know you can put commercial properties on rural residential areas. Also, once again, this doesn't cover the basis of what I was trying to find. What is Greater Landover? What is this? Can't do shit with that. Can't get jiggy with this shit. Nigga, what? Why is there no prices on some of this stuff? Sounds like a scam to me. $1.7 million? How the fuck did I get 1.7 million? Nigga, what? C3 commercial. Zoning is C3. Something tells me wait, is this even Odenton is considered Anne Arundel County, I think. C3 general commercial for larger. let's see here. It was non-conforming. This use that was allowed when it came into existence, but that is no longer allowed under the law. Okay, how do I? Next. They're probably trying to force a meeting with the realtors so they don't post prices. Yeah, that's typically how it goes, right? Firearm range, zoning, and condo. Decreasing the distance of indoor rifle, pistol, skeet, or archer range may be located from residentially zoned property, requiring vehicular access to an indoor located at a certain distance from roads, intersections, and general relating to zoning. Okay, so why the fuck am I not seeing the actual indoor are especially accepted and used in C3 and C4? Okay, so it's C3 and C4, right? This is the one. Stop. So this is the what we were talking about, and then C4. And then this was C. This is the golf course. This is also this is what we're looking for. The Odenton one. C3. The lot size is 1.37 acres. An acre is a football field, right? Right? Acre is a football field, right? It's 43,000 square feet. I'm not going to figure that out. I think it's one football field, right? It's an acre is 43,000 square feet. There's a smidge over 1 acre in a football field. The precise figure is 1.3 acres, 1.32 acres in a football field. All right. So this is actually slightly bigger than a football field by 0.05. Which doesn't look that big on this fucking map, but based on I have a street view? Is that possible? I hope it's not that hill right there. Maybe it is that hill. What am I looking at? Where is this? There's 3. Oh, it's back here. Isn't, yeah, the hideaway's over here. It's not that far from the hideaway. Also, Good Eats. Good Eats, just like to throw that out there. The hideaway is Good Eats. It's a barbecue spot. We don't really enjoy the swine anymore like we used to, so I don't know if the spot is as good for us anymore. But, oh wait, that's near an elementary school. I don't think that's going to count. I do not think... Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. I don't think this would be allowed. It says, but the zoning is proper. So like, okay, hold on. There were 2 laws regarding special exception use in 1, 2, and 3. Also, while we're looking at this law related stuff, did you know that they live stream all of the House and Senate sessions pretty much on YouTube? Like, you can just pull them up on YouTube. Like, I used to think, like, how do niggas like get some of the information like that they're getting right away? Like, they must have insight. I mean, they probably do have connections. They may have, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how they find out who voted for what specifically, but you can, as I'm talking about it, you can just pull this shit up. What is the person in the courtroom who annotates? What is their name? Fuck. Yeah, YouTube makes sense, but stenographer? I don't think that's the word they used. No, it's not this. Like, it's an actual. Okay, let's just stop. US Congress. And then let's go to, how the fuck did I find that shit? Because I was going down a rabbit hole one day. Because I was like, let's see what some laws they're coming up with, you know what I'm saying? Shit we don't know about yet. And then I was like, oh, you can just, yeah, you can just pull shit up. Yeah, Clerk YouTube channel, that's what it is. And like 3 days ago. Where's the one for today? These niggas not have a session today? Wait, what'd that say? All right, this isn't meant for commercial use. It says prohibited. But how does that stop people from making media coverage? All right. So anywho, you know what I'm saying? Because we're just talking about shit. You know, we're not making money off of this shit or anything like that. But you can watch. Obviously, nobody wants to sit through 4 hours. Well, the videos I've come across were like 4 hours of their actual sessions at a time. But
so that your surpassing power may be revealed.
Look for which it stands, one nation.
Of the rules of the U.S. House of
these niggas ain't do shit that day. These niggas ain't do shit that day. Them niggas wasn't even there.
To a demand for a division of the question.
But yeah, you can see these niggas like, you can like, you know how they can request for time to speak or whatever. That's what they do on here. You can see the niggas get rejected and shit. Like, I mean, you can see the whole session or whatever, but you can see niggas. Like, I clicked on one joint and niggas was like, we got all this immigration shit going on. We got all these fucking different laws. We got niggas who losing healthcare. We got all this fucking shit. And a nigga got on there and was like, I want y'all to remember. And I'm, hope this doesn't come off wrong. But nigga was like, I want y'all to remember this woman from some odd years ago. And I'm not even going to say like she didn't have any accomplishments or whatever. She did whatever she did in that state. But the value of it in comparison to what you could have been using your 2 minutes of time for to talk about at that present moment. Oh my fucking goodness, bruh. I was like, bruh, this is why niggas ain't getting shit done. Niggas are over here. Niggas are trying to talk about actual shit. And then these niggas are like, I want y'all to remember this random person from blah, 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 blah. And take the time today to breathe. Okay. All right. I'm not saying there's not a place for that stuff, but sometimes there are some other priorities that we need to worry about than worried about honoring an individual who may not even approve of the shit you're doing right now. You know what I mean? They might spit in your face if they were still alive.
The course of action is to permit fiduciaries to consider ESG factors so long as they don't diminish investment.
Like, not right now. Exactly.
Whether it be
Exactly.
poor corporate governance are relevant to a company's performance. Considering whether a real estate investment will literally be underwater because of sea level rise
Aries ascending.
is not ideology.
Said circle back to it when it's less chaotic.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. You know what I mean?
With that, Mr. Speaker,
I'm glad to tell you like who these people are usually when they're speaking. Okay, I don't know who the fuck this nigga is.
Neutrality and prudent decision making by fiduciaries. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have made many claims that the supposed
Bro.
advantages of ESG
Who are these people? Because I'm not gonna lie, she look old as shit. And this nigga, look he old, like old shit. Bro, why do we have old ass? There's nothing against older people, you know, senior individuals. These niggas might be in their 50s for all we know, and they just have bad genes. But we know that's probably not true because Shorty got. Anywho, so like I was saying, and buddy, oh my fucking goodness, whew, didn't even notice that till just now. Sheesh. So anywho, this isn't representative of the population. Well, you know what I'm saying, we're on a tangent right now, it seems. We're on a tangent. We are on a tangent.
Aries
Okay,
ascending.
can I?
Said 70-plus-year-olds shouldn't be in those positions.
Bro, that's what I'm saying.
Aries ascending. Said they don't understand how much things have changed.
Niggas be like, yeah, bro, you know what I'm saying? I could afford my house for 5 pennies, and now nigga, 5 pennies is a fucking nickel now. Niggas can't even make pennies no more. Can I get a okay, I need a different subset of fucking tables. Second largest racial or ethnic group is black. Not Hispanic at 25 to 26%. Largest racial group is white people, to be exact, not Hispanic or Latino, at 57% of the population in 2020. Why is there a
Aries ascending.
Why is there a separate section?
Said right, like they don't get things aren't as easy as it was back when they were in their 20s and 30s.
Oh, this was just in Alabama where it's 25% of the population. Actually, the second largest racial group in America is not Negro, to be exact, or African Americanized, I should classify this, you know, black, is Hispanic or Latino at 18.7% in 2020. Well, they're hoping to deport 100. Our population is in 2020 331 million. If I remember correctly, it's estimated that our population currently is about 337 million. Homeland Security, if I remember correctly, put up a message a few weeks ago or whatever, or their idea here is to focus on, it may not be Homeland Security, so I may be wrong about who said it specifically, that they want to deport like 100 million people to reduce the population essentially to 277 million just off the jump is what they're hoping for. So let's go back real quick because, you know, they're focused on individuals who are of Hispanic descent and of non-African American background currently, you know what I'm saying? But this isn't the main focus, of course. If you deported 100 million people, right? Let's just say it's only Hispanic people. You know, we're not saying that's what's happening, and we're not saying that we approve of anything that's happening. We're just using the information that we've come across and just putting information out there. Anyone else can make facts and decisions and opinions about the same info that is available everywhere else, unless someone's made some differences in the information. You know, but anywho, I didn't mean to highlight that. What am I doing? According to the data from 2020, there's about 191 million Hispanic. I'm sorry. Nice. That's false information. That's false news. False news. False news. Gomen nasai. That was white people. Second largest ethnic group. Hispanic or Latino at almost 19%, 18.7% in 2020. That's 62 million people. So I'd like to point out again that they said they want to deport about 100 million people. Unless this number has gone up by 38 million in 5 years, that doesn't include only Hispanic people. I'd like to point out the secondary number right here from the third largest racial or ethnic group, being Black or African American individuals, at 12.1% in the year 2020. That is 39.9 million people. If you add that with the 62 million, that's about 102 million people, maybe 103 million based off of 2020 data. That number is probably a lot larger at this point in time, you know, 4 to 5 years later at this point. Oh, this is August of 21, so not 5 years later, but 4 and some change. Anyone else see the correlation? The correlation here. They said they wanted to deport 100 million people. Now, these are obviously all individuals who are probably, actually, we don't even know. Is this people who were documented individuals? Is this data from documented individuals?
Aries Ascending. Said they pull so many numbers for things out of their ass.
Bruh, for real though. What the fuck is this? No, these are employees. I think this website is using AI. I have a feeling. There's some AI integrated in here. Some way, somehow. 224. Okay, so this has something to do with, like... Oh my fucking goodness. That has something to do with, like, employment. Like, I'm assuming that's government employees. That's not something we can do anything with. But... what we can do something with is where's the information we got? The data tables? Oh yeah, here we go. So we don't even know if these are is this even oh my fucking goodness. Y'all know what the fuck I'm here for. You know, damn Skippy, I'm not here for no fucking what am I trying to say? No fucking manufacturing data. Like, I'm here for the populations. We actually need to stop doing this. We need to stop using every 10-year census. We need to use every 5 years if we really want to keep track of how many people are actually in the US. Okay, that's not showing me. Bro, why the fuck are there so many subsections? Just show me. No, I don't want to be downloading files. Okay. I think we've gone down a rabbit hole. 20-30 seconds. Yeah, they are hiring these people, if I remember correctly. But it's crazy because I don't know where they're going to get these temporary J's from. You know what I mean? Interesting. They're gonna mail out census data for us to respond to. So they say anyway. Okay. So what about, okay. Once again, why the fuck am I back on that page? I just want to see the results. Why are we not? Wait, this is actually what we were looking for earlier, was age group. We went on a tangent about the whole fucking the race thing, but in 2020, 1 in 6 people in the United States were over 65. This is why our political spectrum looks the way it does. If every 1 in 6 people are voting for somebody who's older than them, because that represents who they are. I don't like that this was... Nigga, do I look like somebody... Why the fuck can I just see the table? I don't want to see guides. I just want to see the fucking table. I don't want to see per state. I want to see the whole fucking country at one time. What the fuck? Here we go. In the year 2020, right? Yep. %16% of the population was over 65. So that means 2% is either between 62 and 64. 2% of the population. So that means hold on. Let's bring this up. Why is it 15 and 19? Like, I feel like 18 and 20, 18 through 20 should be its own category. Because you should be able to know voting population. Well, I guess 18 and over, but... So, between 18 and 20, it was about 4% of the population. 4% of the population. So, if you want... 21 and over is 73%. There's 50% between 21 and 61. I brought up age for a reason. Hold on. We have to find the correct file that we had. Okay. So it's talking about these fuckers, right? I forgot why we even were here. Sheesh. So we were talking about these people. And if the representative population, because they represent, who is this? Tim Wahlberg from Michigan? How old is this guy? Oh my fucking goodness. Is this the same guy? Is this the same guy? What year is this picture from? Because why does he look older in the picture than he does in person? Is this the same guy? Is serving his 9th term. First off, anyone who works in Congress should be capped by a 9th term. You shouldn't be able to serve 9 terms, to be honest. He also served in the House between 83 and 99.
Said he got a facelift, lol.
He got something. They've been married for over 50 years. I'd love to hear that. But can I get his age? Somebody said Worth. Born in 51. Because somebody said Worth. You know what I'm saying? I'm interested myself, you know what I'm saying? Someone said Worth. Okay, we don't need to know all that. Personal finances between 2018 was between 101,000 to $500,000. Michigan, right? And we'll say in 2018, just to make sure, you know. $2018, 74,000. Why is this number different than that? That's a medium household income. Of course, we say 2018. Median household income in Michigan was 56,000. I think this is using AI. I do think the site is using AI. I know Hegseth is pushing, just like some other individuals in the government, are pushing for more AI usage, especially at the Pentagon. But I'm sure it's being used on in other bureaus or agencies of the government, I'm sure. But if their average income was 56,000, without healthcare at the time was 5%. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So he owned anywhere between 100. He had a net worth of 100,000 and $500,000, while the median household income was 56. Once again, representatives should be representative of their populations. Like the POTUS, for example, earns I think 450,000 per year as president. Now, some representatives are obviously making, you know, backdoor deals, you know, stocks, XYZ. So, you know, you may not know particularly how much their worth is, but you know, some of them got family businesses or whatever. They're not supposed to own things or whatever. Their family owns it, or they inherit it, or they they built big business at some specific time. But sorry, it's mine. But yeah, they should be paid representing. I know that's not how much he gets paid, but their pay should represent the average income of either their state or their district. If you're the executive of PG, for example, and the average income in PG, let's say, is like 60 bands, then you should probably get like 70 bands, 65, 70 bands or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Just to represent. No one's saying you have to work over 40 hours, right? All right, maybe you shouldn't get 60, 65 bands. Actually, no, maybe you should get 60, 65 bands, because it's not like you have to work more than 40 hours, realistically speaking. You might have press conferences, you might have the stress, blah, blah, blah. But the representing of the county is going to count more on your resume in terms of clout than anything else. You write a book, people are going to know your name. You get another role in the government, people are going to know your name. Or at least from that county, of course. You open a restaurant, people are going to know your name. Unless you're a shitty individual and people hate you, then your name is going to be known throughout the county or whatever. So whatever place you represent, they're going to know you. And then other places may know you depending on how big you are. You know what I'm saying? If you're a government of a state or whatever. But your income should represent the income you serve. If the average household income is 120,000, you can get over 120,000. But you shouldn't be getting nowhere like 500,000 if the average, or that's not indicative of anything, but let's say like average income is 120,000 and you getting like $1 million. Like, it shouldn't be that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe you should get more for representing the people, of course. But if you want your income to go up, the income of the average household should also go up. Is the living situation worthwhile for everyone? XYZ. Not saying the government, you know what I'm saying, the people are obviously going to pay for specific amenities and blah, 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 that, you know, to protect or, you know, keep these people, you know, doing whatever the fuck they're doing. But they shouldn't be earning OC amounts of income that their populations will never see or whatever. But anyway, let's bring it back. So if this nigga is born in 51, right? Let's go back to the math we were doing. He's 74 years old. So he represents in 2020, because he's 74 years old. So we'll go 5 years back. He's about 69. He represented 17% of the population. Just about 17% of the population. But I mean, he realistically represented anywhere between, we won't even say, we'll even narrow it down a little bit more. He represented, that's 16.8 at 65. Oh, see, this is, you can't even break this down by, can you break this down by year each? No. Okay. Where's the Hispanic category? Why is Hispanic a separate section? Why is that always the case? Why is Hispanic a separate section? Hispanic or Latino by race? This doesn't make sense. Why is this section separate from this? Hispanic should be underneath here so you can see the rest of the information. I mean, right, the numbers still add up correctly. So it's still about 19% of the population. So it should definitely be above black, of course, right here. On this part of the chart anyway. Since it's not even in this part of the chart. But still, also it's crazy that, you know, we have this whole issue with immigration or whatever. and that we complain that immigrants are taking all our jobs and, you know, making our country unsafe and unaffordable. But if we're being serious, I know people have talked about this in the past, but we brought this data up. There's a lot of data right now. Why can't I see the page that I originally was on? Let me go back to this. No.
Aries ascending. Said, aren't most immigrants just minding their business and trying to live?
They're trying to get that you know, they're trying to get that what's that thing called? You know, the pursuit of happiness, the American dream, or whatever the hell they call it. No, I don't like this chart. How do I get back to the original chart I was viewing? They changed this. Okay, so I don't like that this is a spreadsheet. That seems like they could just edit this a month ago. But so anyway, back to what I was saying, which is crazy that we have such an you know, a concern about immigration and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? When white people 5 years ago represented almost 62% of the population. I like to say that again. White people in the year 2020, according to the statistics, represented about 62% of the population. If the population never grew or stayed within the same range, let's say that, I know for sure that the population is about 337 million, I think that's what the actual number is currently, or what the estimation number is for 2025 is. But if that was the case, right, they represent 204 million people. And we're not even going to say all these people are working, of course. Can we get race by age? Can we do that? White people. Can we get race and age by themselves? Yes, we cannot. Okay. All right. We cannot. Okay. Since we cannot, I don't like how the page is still left now. I really don't like this. So anyway, like I was originally saying, white people represent 62% of the population 5 years ago. Even if the numbers are steady the same as they were 5 years ago, the immigration problem we have when it comes to jobs isn't represented by immigrants. It's represented by white people. White people would then occupy most of the jobs in America, right? But the thing is, we've always talked about this, and Americans are lazy and prideful and obviously don't want specific jobs. If the job only pays me $5 for picking apples, I don't want to pick apples. When it's going to, you know, take me 10 years to be able to pay my first month of rent. You know what I mean? But then these people complain because the jobs go to either undocumented individuals or people of non-white race. But you represent most of the population, so most of the population, most of the jobs are occupied by white people. which would also not help your point about immigration. All right. I mean, we also know that most crimes are committed by white people, and most heinous crimes are definitely committed by white people. You know what I'm saying? That might be an opinionated statement at the end, but I believe there is some fact somewhere on some spreadsheet to back up my statements there. But yeah, so once again, I'd like to point this out again. 5 years ago, African American blacks represented 12.4% of the population. That's 41 million people. And Hispanics represented 62 million people, about 18.7% populated. Now let's find that tweet. Let's see if we can. Oh my goodness. Why is Uncle Sam? Oh my goodness. This was 6 minutes ago? Something tells me. Oh, this is coming from the secretary, and they're just reposting it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And they want me to sign in to see the actual motherfucker. Someone's gonna have it, right? If I click on one of these articles, someone's gonna have the post in the picture, right? Right? No, this is not. Bro, where's the actual post? Where's the source for this? I like how someone else is also saying this suggests they're trying to kick out non-white citizens. Because the math is mathing. I'd like to say that again. The math is mathing. The math is mathing. Asian people are more likely to gravitate towards whiteness in terms of representing their skin complexion than other races, of course. So the rest of these don't even matter. And I don't think Native Hawaiian is going to be they're already, you know what I'm saying, they've already wiped out so much of the American Indian and Alaskan Indian populations throughout the years. Here we go. Here we go. Oh yeah, I do remember this about them stealing this artwork. So they want to deport 100 million. Okay, so we're seeing this. Once again, they stole this artwork and didn't ask for permission to use it from a Japanese artist, which is actually crazy. You're talking about deporting people and then you steal Japanese art, some Japanese art. Crazy. I'd like to point out this out again. Blacks and Hispanics represented 100. Okay, the numbers on this page are definitely different from the other page. Now I'm a little concerned about the numbers here and how they may be skewed in some fashion. Because that other joint that we had, what is this? Why is this different from this number? Total races tallied. How is there 5 million more people in the black category from tallied versus what's actually on here? Ballots that were probably sent in. Maybe? I don't know. So we'll just go with the smaller number, you know, because I don't really know why there's two separate set of numbers. I want to say the other page, when we added up, it was like 103 million people. So this is 41 million, and then Hispanic population 62 million. 41 million to 62 million is 103 million people. $103 million people is what the African and Hispanic population, or Black African American populations, represented in 2020. And DHS said this is what America will look like if we deported 100 million people. Also, once again, this is stolen Japanese artwork without the permission of the artist. Even if it isn't all of the population that is deported, for example, when it comes to the blacks and the Hispanics, yeah. See, people don't notice this. Like, I feel like this was the facts that we were talking about here. We were using numbers like these when we're making our videos. Why can't I see what the information is in this tab? Can I expand the charts? The institutionalized population. Non-institutionalized? Wait a second. We're not even gonna worry about household type. Actually, unless institutionalized is in there. But it's not in there. Housing occupancy? There's data on this, on the census page. Occupied 90%. There's 9.7% in the year 2020 of vacant housing units, I'm sorry, incorrect pronunciation. 9.7%. That is 13 million homes or places to live that were vacant 5 years ago. And they're still building more. $3.7 million of them were for rent. It's like apartment complexes. And for sale only, it was 1.2 million homes. And instead of building more homes, we could be using this space for fucking farms and other shit, you know. Renewable energy resources. Okay. Well, fuck me for looking at this data today. And thanks for sticking around to watch me look at this fucking data. In-group quarters, institutionalized population is 1.1%. They're obviously not going to deport the institutionalized population because that's free labor. And we know what we do with free labor. We try to make sure we keep it. So they're not going to deport 1% of the population.
Said it's a census lesson, lol.
This is a census lesson, for sure. They're not going to deport 1% of the population, that's for sure. So that takes out... Oh, I'm surprised they don't have institutionalized by race, honestly. As you would see the mass incarceration of the African American individuals. All right. So back to a couple steps back, because we're throwing out a bunch of data today, it seems. Once again, this guy represents... Just want to point this out one more time. Let's close out all these extra... Close out all this extra shit. This nigga represented... How old is he? We say he was about 69 at the time, in the year 2020, give or take. He represented maybe 17% of the population. His age range. His age for a political representative, state representative, he only represented 17% of the age, 17% of the population in the US who is around that age. You don't represent the majority of the people. Let's see here. Anything from 18 and over, we'll say the non-children, is 77%. But if we took the data from, I'm sure there's got to be a way for me to. Well, I could use an API and do it that way. I don't know if they'll make me have to pay to use the API. Excuse me. Can I, like, there's got to be an easier way to do this. Wait. There is an easier way to do this, right? Let's say we said 18 and older, 77.9%. But we want the individuals who aren't in his age range or his group, which is 16.8%. So that means it's about 71.1% of the rest of the population. So 64 and below. At the time of the 2020 census, 64% of the population. Right? I'm sorry, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. 61% of the population. 64 and below. Age 64, between the ages of 18 and 64. Oh my goodness. Between 18 and 64. That's 61% of the population. Once again, Buddy does not represent the majority of the population's age range to be running. This nigga is on his... Where's the information I pulled up about him? Running his 9th term. I can see there's US.
Said he's going to be working that same position until he dies.
Bruh. Oh, do they not have a... Maybe there's no Senate floor proceedings? This says U.S. House Clerk. So is there no Senate clerk? I guess not. Oh my goodness. Oh, so this is how you see who voted. I'm about to start doing a political. Nah. I don't want to be. I feel like it'd be alright to do some of it, but not to be make that our only focus. A couple videos here and there. Might have to make out some clips real quick about some of that census shit. But wait, can we see? Can we see what their votes are? I feel like I couldn't see their votes before. Where did I get to that? I click that, which takes me to a different page than theirs. Whole milk for healthy kids. Oh my goodness. Wait a second. Okay. Shower Act? I need to see what this is. This bill provides statutory authority for a revised definition of showerhead for the purpose of federal water efficiency regulations. Specifically, the bill adopts a definition of showerhead established by the American Society. The bill also required the Department of Energy to revise existing regulations. Now, first off, I can you can actually get the PDF, like text of each individual thing. They also have audio.
Versions. Text available.
Okay, hold on, quick break. I need to use the restroom. It's fucking damn near 5 o'clock. What the fuck are we doing? I need to use the restroom. Throw some tater tots in the air fryer, and I'll be right back. And we'll take a pause right here. Right here. We'll be right back. Maybe we should play some background shit. Do we have anything that's so many. Okay. Say so many and then have nothing to scroll with. All guys. Alright, we'll click on a random stream. Click in. We'll see what's happening. And I'll be back. I will be right back. In a few minutes. bless the coming and going of him. May his passage cleanse the world. May he keep the world for his people. Ibn Kitaiba, the great son of Orpheus. Shai-Hulud, Shai-Hulud, Shai-Hulud. All right, Tadaima. Tadaima. Damn, why is my voice coming so low for the audio for this video? I think it's just from me streaming it right now.
Said O'Kire.
Okay. 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 Speech chat, you need to get it right. It's okay. Okay, so we don't have. Okay. So we don't get to see. I'm starving. Legit. I should have made tater tots hours ago. Okay. So we don't get to see video footage of the Senate. We only get the House. Wait, but you...
Aries ascending.
But we can see the bills.
You should have had a balanced breakfast, is what ya shoulda did.
Well, I went to the gym earlier. So, post-workout empty. I had at like 7 in the morning, I had steak and eggs. No, not... I had steak, eggs, and hash browns. That I had made yesterday. Made some extra for today. Still have some steak. I gotta make some more hash browns. But yeah, I had that before I went to the gym. And then I worked out, and I haven't eaten since I've been home. I only drank my creatine supplements and collagen, but you know, 18 grams of protein from collagen is not going to hold you over for food. Son of a bitch. Too bad it doesn't. All right, so we can see bills and resolutions and amendments from that day, or from whatever day the Senate is, you know, doing their thing. But we can see video footage from the House Clerk on YouTube covering what the House does. That's really strange. There's no House Senate. Well, I guess there is no House Senate because, you know, they have the important stuff to do. And they don't want us citizens knowing, or the rest of the world population knowing what's going on revolving about other countries and things that are happening inside the closed doors of the Senate, of course. You know, but we can get the bills and shit. Okay, so we're gonna close these out. So I think we're done looking at industrial properties right now. And lease space. Because I'm seeing way too much stuff going on here. This is from Congress, so it's the Senate. Alright. Yeah, these are Senate bills and shit. Actually, Pregnant Students' Rights Act. What the fuck is this? To require institutions of higher education to disseminate information on the rights of, accommodations and resources for pregnant students and for other purposes. In general, each institution of higher education participating in any program under the title shall carry out the information disseminated activities described in paragraph 3 for prospective and enrolled students, including those intending or planning to attend less than full-time, regarding the information described in paragraph 2 on the rights of and resources, including protections and accommodations for pregnant students to carry a baby. Accommodations for pregnant students to carry a baby to term, and students who may become pregnant while enrolled at such institution of higher education to carry a baby to term. Any higher education institution. So what is the information that you're looking for, though? Pregnant students' rights, accommodations, and resources. Each eligible institution shall carry out and disseminate for information regarding stuff. The information required by this section shall be produced and made readily available upon request through publications, XYZ. A list of information that is required provided by the institution to students by this section in section 444 of the General Education Provisions Act, commonly known as the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act of '74, together with a statement of the procedures requiring to obtain such information. The information requested by this section shall accurately describe the student financial assistance programs available to student the methods at which it's distributed to students, financial assistance, those that are receiving financial assistance, and a refund policy. Student body diversity. Student body diversity at the institution, including information on the percentage of enrolled full-time students who are male, female, received a federal Pell Grant, or self-identified member for major racial or ethnic group. Isn't this DEI? Knowing whether they're male or female, and if they got specific grants, or if they designate themselves part of a major racial or ethnic group. Isn't that considered DEI? This is stuff from the government, so you know. Is this all about financial assistance? There's a lot of information to read through on this. I'm not doing that, it seems. I could go for a pizza. So a list of resources on campus in the community that exist to help a pregnant student carrying the baby to term and caring for the baby after birth. Information about the accommodations available to help a pregnant student carry the baby to term and parent the baby after birth. Information how to file a complaint with the DOE if a student believes there was a violation by the institution on an account of such student's determination to carry a baby to term. The institution if a student believes a student has been discriminated against in violation of such title on account of the student's determination to carry a baby to term. Information dissemination activities shall include an email to each enrolled student at least once each academic year. The provision of information in student handbook, if any, at each orientation for enrolled students at student health or counseling centers, if any, on the publicly available website of the institution of higher education. So they want a list of resources to help somebody carry a baby to term and caring for the baby afterwards, whether they're enrolling into the school or going to be at the school at the time. Who was this submitted by? Co-sponsors. Yeah, I had a feeling they were Republican. I had a feeling. I really did have a feeling that the people who co-sponsored this were Republican. And there's not a goddamn Democrat on here. You got niggas like Ted Cruz, Scott Rick, Cassidy Bill, Ted Budd. Oh, the sponsor of this was Moody Ashley from Florida. Like I said, all Republicans. Interesting. When did they submit this? Motion to proceed to consideration of measure made in Senate. This is the Senate, right? We're not looking at the House here. So they introduced this last week. Read it the second time the following day. General orders. Placed on Senate legislative calendar under general orders. Calendar number 300. Isn't this calendar 300 currently? I don't remember how I saw that, but I saw that somewhere. Somewhere around here, I think. Placed on calendar Senate 114. Yeah, this is calendar number 300. Consideration. They use such legal jargon terms that are confusing sometimes. Motion to proceed. Why the fuck why do you have to say that? Just say it's going forward. Motion to proceed. Where were we? Yeah, so if you didn't know, now you know. You can see all this stuff on the website, of course. You should have known already. But it's not like something they talk about in schools, of course, or, you know, the information that the government would want us to know. Or, let me say here, the individuals representing our government wouldn't want us to know exactly what they're throwing out there. Now, it's very ironic that Republicans would co-sponsor a bill for, you know, pregnant women that are going to college or higher education, at higher education, living at higher education, such so forth. What does WHIP stand for? Can I get... Okay. Why does it say GPO? But the congressional record doesn't have anything for Friday. Why is that? What is a pro forma? I'm assuming everyone meets together or something like that, maybe? I don't know. In the Senate section. They did nominations. There's a lot of people for the military. This is a denaturalization law that somebody put forth. I'm assuming a Republican, of course. A bill to expand and clarify the grounds for civil denaturalization proceedings for individuals who have defrauded a government program, joined a terrorist organization, or committed certain criminal offenses. But you know, there are a good amount of individuals on the other side of the spectrum who have defrauded the government, defrauded government programs. So does that mean they're going to also deport those individuals? Because something tells me. Roll call.
Super Pants will you? Said yo.
Yo.
Super Pants will you? Said are we don't with zombies?
I don't think you heard me earlier when I said we never started playing zombies in the first place.
Super Pants will you? Said we still haven't started with the zombies.
No, because I'm not playing zombies today. I never said I was playing zombies today. I saw this earlier. Hold on a second, let me go back. There should be a...
Sending. Said this is an educational stream.
Yeah, this is an educational stream. Thank you, Aries. All night sessions.
Super Pants will you? Said EU learning.
Exactly. Something you should be doing right now. Senators who have cast more than 10,000 votes. He also shouldn't have been in the Senate for that long. Can we see this from... Okay, that's not how I thought it was going to change. You're not going to have an option for the dates? Son of a biscuit. Somebody's still casting votes. Showing 1 of 33 pages. Niggas, I don't want to... Okay. Who's cast the most votes? Okay, it was that guy. See, I want to know if they're still in service right now. Scoop Jackson? Somebody's got a really interesting name, if I do say so myself. Okay, that's sort of information that's good for finding, but I don't think we're going to be worried about that right now. It's the fact that you can actually... Alright, so let's go back to this, right?
Recognizes that ESG factors can present an economic risk or opportunity, which qualified investment professionals would appropriately treat as material economic considerations. An economic risk exercising Trump rule if a fiduciary 2020 rule on retirement plan ESG investing. Under the bill, as with the 2020 Trump rule, if a fiduciary finds that an ESG factor is a financial factor, then the factor can be considered when...
Hold on a second. Wait. This is from Friday. Okay, wait, what? Agree to. Yay and nay. Agree to. Not voting. Not voting. I saw a nay in here somewhere. Not voting 14. 22 nays. Mostly yeas. What is this? Where's the link to this specific thing though? HR 2988. Fiduciaries of employer-sponsored retirement plans. The bill generally requires a plan fiduciary to make investment decisions based solely on pecuniary factors, i.e. factors that a fiduciary prudently determines are expected to have a material effect on the risk of return of investment based on appropriate investor horizons consistent with the plan's policies and objectives. Such as when selecting investment options for certain participating directed retirement plans. The bill also prohibits a plan fiduciary from discriminating when selecting, monitoring, and retaining any fiduciary, counsel, employee, or service provider of the plan. The bill requires a plan to fiduciary act solely and prudently in accordance with the interests of the plan's participants and beneficiaries when exercising the shareholder right, voting of proxies, for example. However, the fiduciary duty to manage shareholder rights does not require the voting of every proxy of the exercise of every shareholder right. That sounds like it's useful, but I can't guarantee that I know that it's useful. I believe that sounds like it's pretty useful though. It sounds like that's something to do with fiduciary plans. Why weren't these niggas working today? What holiday is today? What's today's holiday? Because I'm sure there is one. What holiday am I forgetting about currently? It's not MLK, is it? MLK was the other day. That was the 16th.
Aries ascending.
No, it's today.
Said Martin Luther King Day.
Okay, so that is today. All right, so I was mentally tripping then. The 19th, not the 16th in my head, of course. Okay, cool. That explains a thing or two. I'm like, why ain't these niggas working? These tax dollars better be getting used up. Actually, I don't even know if they deserve breaks. Honestly. Do they really deserve breaks? Should my representatives be allowed a holiday off?
Said it's the last Monday in January or something.
It's something like that. But there's a Monday next week, right? But I think it's the last... No, because the 31st is next Saturday, so I don't know. I was gonna say the last full week Monday, but I don't know. I never remember. I just know when the day comes up. But Veterans Day should be coming up too, right? Or something like that.
Said maybe the third Monday. I don't know. LOL.
Actually, no, it's not Veterans Day coming up. It's President's Day. I think that's coming up. Also. Okay. Where was I at where I saw those votes?
Aries ascending. Said yeah next month.
They passed bills. Failed. Why was this cast twice in a row and they passed both times? What is this bill for? To reconsider laid of the table agreed to without objection. That anytime after the adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill. Making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. Is this just something to do with? This is just something to do with the calendar. I'm sorry, with the appropriation of funds. Alright, let's get all this extra shit out of the way, because it's definitely clogging up our tab space up there. Financial services, general government, national security. Isn't this their fiscal year stuff? Includes 2 of the 12 regular fiscal year appropriation bills. To prohibit funding for the National Endowment for Democracy. With the support and strengthen. It's dedicated to the growth and strengthening of democratic institutions around the world. Each year, NED makes more than 1,900 grants. So hold on, let's go back. We don't need census data right now. I think we're good on the age of the census data stuff right now. We don't need this right now. We also don't need this. They want to prevent funding to this? Can I search? I need to search for the keyword. Well, actually, I don't even know if searching for the word funding is going to be useful. Because, yeah. District of Columbia. Well, let's go. It said section 2. I don't know if it meant like just section 2 of where that was at. So let's just find out. If there's anything. Global health activities. Bro, what the fuck am I looking at right now? This is why people don't read this stuff, because it's full of words. It's wordy as fuck. And I gotta give it to the clerks that be sitting there fucking typing this shit out and getting this shit organized and posting this shit. XYZ. Because these motherfuckers gotta stay organized. You hear me? Wait, what? Wait a second. Do you see that? This is a lot of information, but hold on a second. Transparency and accountability of the funds appropriated under Title I and under the heading International Organizations and Programs, blah, 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 that are available for contributions to the United Nations, including the Department of Peacekeeping Operations or a United Nations agency. 10% may not be obligated for such organization, department, or agency until the Secretary of State determines and reports that the appropriate congressional committees of the organization, department, or agency is. We're going to skip some couple lines here. We're gonna skip some lines here. We're gonna skip some lines here. Taking credible steps to combat anti-Israel bias. Now, what type of anti-Israel bias would you be talking about right now? What type of anti-Israel bias will we be talking about right now? What anti-Israel bias are other countries taking currently that are a part of the United Nations? What are those that you're talking about? It's funny how we say implementing policies and procedures to effectively vet staff for any affiliation with a terrorist organization when we don't do that with individuals in our homeland. Well, I'm sorry. Some of those organizations may not actually be listed as terrorist domestic terrorist organizations, of course. They just act like one, you know, because others have been listed for less. None of the funds appropriated by this act may be available in support of the United Nations Human Rights Council, unless the Secretary of State determines and reports to the appropriate congressional committees that the participation in the council is important to the national interests of the United States, and that such council is taking significant steps to remove Israel. Wait a second. Hold on. Shotzi. This isn't the time. Hold on a second. We have to hone in on what this commentary says here. None of the funds appropriated by this act may be available unless a Secretary of State has determined and shared with the appropriate congressional committees that such council has taken significant steps to remove Israel as a permanent agenda item and ensure integrity of the election of members to such council, provided that such report shall include a description of the national interests served and provided a detailed reform agenda, including a timeline to remove Israel as a permanent agenda item and ensure integrity of the election of members of such council. I think I just read the same line twice. I did read the same line twice. That the Secretary of State shall withhold from funds appropriated by this act under the heading Contributions to the International Organizations for a contribution to the United Nations regular budget, the United States proportional share of the total amount of United Nations regular budget funding. Oh my goodness. Until such determination or report is made. That if the Secretary is unable to make such determination and report, such amounts may be reprogrammed for purposes other than the United Nations regular budget, subject to the regular notification procedures of the committees on appropriations. Committees on appropriations. Hold on a second. Hold on. We'll find it. Give me 1 second. How did I get there before? Here we go. And then what was that committee? Committee of Appropriations. Appropriations. Who's on this committee? Who's on this committee? Those 29 people. Majority members. I'm assuming these are Republicans. Susan Collins. Sounds about right. Mitch McConnell. Sounds about right. Lindsey Graham. Sounds about right. Yeah. Hey, look, Van Hollen is on here. This guy from DE. So, Republicans have the majority here, just by one. So let's go back. That if the Secretary is unable to make such determination or report, such amounts may be reprogrammed for purposes other than the United Nations regular budget, subject to the regular notification procedures of the committees on appropriations. So we've determined that, once again, another committee is obviously run by, Republicans. It's not like we had any guess it wasn't, but just wanted to make sure that we verified our facts. The Secretary shall report to the committees on appropriations no later than September 30th, 26 on the resolutions considered in the United Nations Human Rights Council during the previous 12 months. Steps taken to remove Israel as a permanent agenda item and improve the quality of membership through competitive elections. And to improve the quality of membership through competitive elections. None of the funds appropriated by this act may be available for the United Nations International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory, including East Jerusalem and Israel. Okay, that was a lot of information at once. Assistance for Egypt, 1 billion. not less than $1.4 billion should be made available for assistance for Egypt, of which not less than 125 million should be made available from funds under the heading wait. Of which not less than 40 million should be made available for higher education programs, including not less than well, obviously not to support Egyptians here because we have anti-immigration currently. Including not less than 15 million for scholarships for Egyptian students with higher financial need to attend not-for-profit institutions of higher education in Egypt that are currently accredited by a regional accrediting agency recognized by the United States Department of Education, or meet standard equivalent to those required by the United States by a regional accrediting agency recognized by such department. In addition to amounts made available in paragraph 1, 75 million funds appropriated under the heading Foreign Military Financing Program shall be made available for assistance for Egypt. I'd like to remind everybody, for the cost to provide housing to all Americans is less than the amount of money it costs that we are sending in large capacity to other countries to support their military, economic, and educational standings. There's nothing wrong with supporting another country. The problem lies when you support more of another country's system instead of supporting your own system and your own population and furthering your own population so that your own population will help make your country stand out and make your country more marketable on the global world versus, you know, making sure they're full of milk and they don't have an education.
Aries Ascending. Said that requires them to give a shit and that's too much work.
Yeah, right, because we're only worried about, you know, anti-Israel propaganda. Meeting its obligation under. So they can only get this money if they're sustaining this strategic relationship with the United States, of course, meeting its obligation under the 79 Egypt-Israel Peace Treaty. West Bank and Gaza. Prior to the initial obligation, the funds made available by the site. Secretary of State shall report to the Committee on Appropriations that the purpose of such assistance is to advance Middle East peace, improve security in the region, continue support for transparent and accountable government institutions, promote a private sector economy, or address urgent humanitarian needs. Wouldn't that mean going... I feel like when we're saying West Bank and Gaza, we're not talking about Palestine, though. You know what I mean? I feel like we're talking about this area, but we're not talking about Palestine and its people. None of the funds appropriated under the heading in this act may be available for assistance for the Palestinian Authority. Not surprised there. If after the date of enactment of this act, the Palestinians obtain the same standing as member states or full membership as the state of the United Nations or any specialized agency thereof outside of an agreement. Wait. National security investment programs. Hold on. Let's copy this page real quick. Can you hurry up and load the rest of the page? Do we have... saw Africa on here. East Asia and the Pacific. Congo, Rwanda. Hold on. Where's the one for Egypt? Because Egypt is part of North Africa. Middle East and North Africa, okay. Of the funds appropriated by the site, not less than 1.4 billion is going to Egypt. So hold on a second. If 1.4 billion is going to Egypt, advance for the West Bank. Assistance for the West Bank and Gaza. Prohibition on assistance to the Palestinian Broadcast Corporation. Palestinian statehood. Fentanyl, synthetic drugs. Hold on a second. Let's go back to Palestinian statehood. Limitation on assistance. None of the funds appropriate under titles blah blah blah. Titles 3 through 6 of this act may be provided to support a Palestinian state unless the Secretary of State determines and certifies to the appropriate congressional committee that the governing entity of a new Palestinian state has demonstrated a firm commitment to peaceful coexistence with the state of Israel, is taking appropriate measures to counter terrorism and terrorist financing in the West Bank and Gaza. What about the other way around? Israel shouldn't get any money if it's not working on having a peaceful coexistence with Palestine, and stop taking their land and killing their people and their anything else, actually, along with the starvation, the leveled land. You know, there should be some writing in here about you know, fixing the state of Palestine, you know, thanks to what you've done, you know, with the money you've already gotten, not more money that we're supporting. You know what I'm saying? We could do that, of course, but you know, they wouldn't do that. Including the dismantle of terrorist infrastructure and is cooperating with appropriate Israel and other appropriate security organizations. The Palestinian Authority or the governing entity of a new Palestinian state is working with other countries in the region to rigorously pursue efforts to establish a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace in the Middle East that will enable Israel and independent Palestine state to exist within the context of full and normal relationships, which should include termination of all claims of or states of belligerency. Okay, once again, let's go back to this this commentary here. It's 6 o'clock. It's almost that time for us to start walking them dogs. Respect for and acknowledgement of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of every state in the area through measures including the establishment of demilitarized zones, their right to live in peace within secure and recognized boundaries free from threats or acts of force. First off, is Israel being made to have this same shenanigans before they get any more money from us? Because I feel like that's not the case. Freedom of navigation through international waterways in the area. A framework for achieving the just settlement for the refugee problem. What is the refugee problem in Palestine? When did Palestine get a refugee problem? When? Because I think Palestine is suffering from a refugee problem, not of an influx of refugees, but an influx of people wanting to leave Palestine thanks to more recent events of violence over the last few years and through the last 80, maybe not 80 years, 70 years, but you know. The president may waive subsection A if the president determines that it is important to the national security interests of the United States to do so. And that is, none of the funds will be provided unless the Secretary of State says all of these options have been met. The restriction in subsection A shall not apply to assistance intended to help reform the Palestinian Authority or affiliated institutions, or the governing entity in order to help meet the requirements of subsection A, consistent with the previous sections of 7040 of this Act. 7040? Isn't that where we were at before? Isn't this 7040? This is 7041. What the fuck is 7040? Limitation of assistance for the Palestinian Authority. None of the funds appropriated by this act will be carried out to the Foreign Assistance Act of this act to carry out the provisions of Chapter 4 of the Part 2 of the Foreign Assistance Act of 61 may be obligated or expended with respect to providing funds to Palestinian Authority. Where's Israel in all this? So, if Palestine gets recognized by the United Nations, it won't get these funds. Also, if Palestine initiates an ICC judiciary authorized investigation or actively supports such an investigation that subjects Israel nationals to an investigation for alleged crimes against Palestinians, why does it sound like something Hitler would have advocated for post World War II Holocaust? The Secretary of State may waive the restrictions in clause. Okay, before we even move on from there, let's see if we can find... There was nothing about Israel just now. The next subsection is about countering fentanyl and other drugs. Law enforcement and security. Combat casualty care. Child soldiers. Military training our person include child soldiers. Okay. Let's see what else we got. International religious freedom. Not less than 40 million shall be made available for international religious freedom programs. financial management, budget transparency, and anti-corruption. Oh, but this is for other countries. I thought this had something to do with us. Economic Resilience Initiative. The funds appropriated by this act, no less than 155 million, shall be made available for the Economic Resilience Initiative to enhance the economic security and stability of the United States and partner countries, including through efforts to counter economic coercion. Coercion? Right? I think that's what that is. This is just for 1 year. So we're giving, what was that, 1.4 billion to Egypt for 1 year. How do we see how much funds are being appropriated for foreign military financing? Contribution to the African Development Bank. Increased capital stock of 54 million. This isn't it. Is this the correct section? Like section header? So how much is being appropriated? Because if Egypt is getting 1.4 billion, and we haven't even looked at the rest of the numbers. Okay, let's continue going up. We're gonna have to dissect this a little bit more. Of course. This is so much to go through. And this is one fucking joint they passed. One. $870 million for non-proliferation, anti-terrorism, demining, and related programs. Well, the state of Israel was mentioned specifically here. Made available 870 million will remain available until September 30th, 27. Including activities implemented through non-government international organizations, Section 301 of the Foreign Assistance Act of 61 for United States, contribution to the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Preparatory Commission, and for a voluntary contribution to the International Atomic Energy Agency. The funds made available under this heading for the Non-Proliferation and Disarmament Fund shall be made available, notwithstanding any other provisions of law and subject to prior consultation with, you can see how often I speed read out loud, in the regular notification procedures of the Committees on Appropriations, promote bilateral and multilateral activities relating to non-proliferation, disarmament, and weapons destruction, and shall remain available until expended. That such funds may also be used for such countries other than the independent state of the former Soviet Union and international organizations when it is in a national security. What? That such funds may also be used for such countries other than the independent state of the former Soviet Union.
The disclaimers in a drug commercial face with tears of joy face with
legit, because this shit wordy as fuck. But then, you know, you finally see something, you're like, wait a second. That such funds may also be used for such countries other than the other than the independent states of the former Soviet Union, such as Ukraine, and international organizations when it is in the national security interest of the United States to do so. That funds appropriate under this heading may be made available for the IAEA, unless the Secretary of State determines that Israel is being denied its right to participate in the activities of that agency. That funds made available for conventional weapons destruction programs, including demining and related activities, in addition to funds otherwise available for such purposes, may be used for the administrative expense related to the operation and management of such programs and activities, such as subject to the regular notification procedures of the Committees on Appropriations. So, hold on. Are they saying, from what I'm gathering here, the IAEA cannot get these funds if the Secretary of State has determined that Israel is being denied its right to participate in the activities of that agency? Why would Israel need to be able to, why would Israel need to participate in the activities of the IAEA? Konnichiwa, motherfucker. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Dakota, Genki. Daijoubu desu ka? Daijoubu. Chiwasu. I was like, Chiwasu. Chiwasu. Us. So, once again, but we know that Israel has nothing to do with the IAEA because they shouldn't have any
It's been a while.
Nuclear concerns.
I just came to say hi real quick.
Aww. So in French that is ça va, which is kind of like the statement Daijoubu in Japanese, because you can also ask ça va like as a question, and you can also respond ça va, so. Drink some water. And thanks for showing up. Arigato gozaimasu. Look at you. Did you get any snow? We got some snow.
Kalani. Said thanks smiling face with hearts, I'll probably head out, I got a vacuum.
Such an adult activity.
Dakota Kalani.
I see ya.
Said yeah, we got snow and cold, unfortunately.
Gotta love that. Gotta love some snow, you know. Also, I'd like to point out that Israel's not a part of this, if I remember correctly. The IAEA. Because they shouldn't have any nuclear arsenal in the first place, but for some reason they do, if I remember correctly.
Dakota Kalani. Said they do.
They do indeed. It wasn't really much of a question, it was more like a...
Dakota Kalani. Said because apparently we're besties.
Oh yeah, we're incredible besties. Such besties that we'll even say that we'll rip the funding for the IAEA. You know, if Israel says to do so. Of course. Of course, because we are puppet government. Of course.
Dakota Kalani. Said I have controversial thoughts, but I was a poli-sci major, so.
Poli-sci major? Political science major? You have controversial thoughts? I can't believe it. What? I can't believe that!
Dakota Kalani. Said I can't believe it.
What the fuck is the Inter-American Foundation?
Dakota Kalani. Said because when you hold any country accountable for their actions, it apparently makes you anti-Semitic, so I'll stop there. Dakota Kalani. Said how about everyone treat others with excellence?
I'm glad you're here to make that comment, because we had just read over some information here in the recently passed what is this, Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2026. It's passed the House. This is the one I'm looking at, right? Yeah. And in here it said if what the fuck was I trying to say? It said Palestine needs to no funds will go towards the state of Palestine if they're committed to seeking
Said, oh, I bet appropriation loves the situation. I bet they're throwing funding left and right. Dakota Kalani.
If they say
Exactly.
where is it at? You know, we could reject your funding if you
Said very interesting that Israel in particular is being funded, but I digress.
Now we haven't even gotten to Israel yet. I'm sure they're in here somewhere. But for Palestine, they're like, well, you know, if the state of Palestine creates a new authority or XYZ, see here, we'll give you some funds, but if you try to go after Israel and the ICC, or you join NATO, we'll remove these funds for you. Where's Middle East and North Africa?
Dakota
There
Kalani.
we go.
Said excuse my French, but the current government can suck my literally dick until I nut.
And then after, don't breathe, don't come up for air, just hold that thing in there. You hear me? Where's the fucking shit I had about?
Said don't breathe, I want 2 rounds.
Exactly. And I'm gonna ask for more right afterwards. You better get your water ready. And I'm gonna charge you for the water. Capitalism. they authorize an investigation or actively support an investigation that subjects Israel nationals to an investigation for alleged crimes against Palestinians. Okie dokie. I'm remembering. Kioskete. Also, what was that one I had earlier? Something about hard work today.
Said.
Nani? Oh, I see. Masu. You know, Su is a informal diss for those that don't know.
Said yeah, I was just responding.
I love it. No, I'm glad. That gives me more what is it? Back and forth. More shit to see, to understand.
To make longer into.
It's very femme to make. And to make masu? Is that so? Let's get mas.
Dakota Kalani said, like I
say, arigato gozaimasu. Except you say arigato gozaimasu. Or Ohio? What?
Dakota Kalani.
I'm reading that right?
Said just extending the into
the ma. Instead of masu, just ma. Ohio gozaimasu. Ohio gozaimasu. Ohio gozaimasu. Ohio gozaimasu. Ohio gozaimasu. Ohio. I'm sorry, I sound like there was a lot of what the United States should be doing.
Dakota Kalani said no, the is there still lol, just a super long, femme.
Just a super long femme. Arigato gozaimasu. Arigato gozaimasu. Arigato gozaimasu. I feel like at some point I said that correct. And I might not have said that correct at all. Can I find...
Dakota Kalani said kinda. Like if you've heard idols talk or female actors or whatnot, you'll hear the elongation. You didn't quite hit the tonality lol. Dakota Kalani said it's like hi vs he.
Ohio gozaimasu. Ohio gozaimasu. I don't think I got it then either.
Dakota Kalani said you didn't lol.
I can't help it seems. It seems I need to listen to some women talk a little bit more, it seems. Idols specifically, it seems.
Dakota Kalani said we still love you though. Isoki to big swipe.
What are you gonna do? I feel like there's a section in here just for Israel.
Dakota Kalani said I was gonna send Sparkling Heart, but to big swipe was better.
To big swipe was better. To big swipe. Contribution to international organizations.
Actually go say hi to him while he's live real quick and then clean up. My sister's been having a mental health crisis, so it's been a lot.
Go man, that's fine. Kawaii so ne. Kawaii so ne. I hope it gets better. Sorry to drink some water. I know that doesn't solve all problems. It just helps. Usually. Drink some water and go to the gym. It always helps with all problems. Mental or not. I don't know if it solves a problem, but it just helps. We don't have to get into the nitty-gritty details, of course. Of course, of course. There was something in here.
Dakota Kalani said yeah, no worries though Sparkling Heart, it's a lot further along than water and the gym face with tears of joy, but thanks.
Aww.
SG Zealot
Go man,
said
that's right.
join at silent German _s Discord
Go
channel
Mens.
and get ready for some future games.
Go man.
https
Oh,
//
shut the hell up. Alright, don't you see that we're having a conversation here? Motherfucker. District of Columbia. Yeah, I think we're about to shut things down.
Dakota Kalani said haha, well I'm a head out. Hoping she's still here Sparkling Heart.
Hey yo. Hey yo. Hmm? Is that what I think that is? Unless you're talking about the no, you said she. Hmm? I hope it's not what I think that is. And if so, I think I'm in this, sorry. I'd say, no, don't say anything. Because that's not sympathizing. I mean, that's not empathizing, that's sympathizing. It's not very helpful to make that type of comment. So I'm gonna hold my tongue. Can we find...
Dakota Kalani said oh, yeah, nah I mean my sister grinning face with sweat, no worries though. I appreciate it. Take care smiling face with hearts.
You take care. Y'all take care. Please. Please. You know. Tell her she can make it to tomorrow. We'll worry about tomorrow. You know what I mean? Take one step at a time, you know what I mean? One day at a time. Don't make any rash decisions. Of course. Please. Just drink some water. That's usually how you take a breather. I mean, that doesn't solve all problems, of course. I hope that doesn't make it seem like I think my only way to solve problems is by drinking water, breathing, taking a day at a time, and going to the gym. But it does help, I think. I think just the general things, the small steps. Sometimes we overlook the small steps and how they make a bigger effort towards the big steps. Not saying that anything I said was misconstrued or anything like that. But just, you know, throwing that information out there. That was a lot. Table of contents. This doesn't... Is this saying that Palestine, all that was in Division C? There was nothing about Israel on here specifically, because Israel gets its own packages. Advancing religious freedom. Atrocities prevention, including through early warning systems. Accountability. I'm surprised it didn't say anything about oil or anything in here. Or resources, I should say. Good to know. People's Republic of China. The funds appropriate otherwise be available. Now less than 400 million shall be made available for the Countering Public Republic of China Influence Fund to counter the influence of the government of China. Stuff on North Korea, Taiwan, Tibet. Is Japan not included on this list? Is Japan just included in a different list? Like, this doesn't really concern them? Maybe? Maybe because they're a NATO partner? Cuban doctors. What's Cuban doctors specifically called out? Oh. Not later than 90 days after the date of enactment of this act, the Secretary of State shall submit a report to the appropriate congressional committees listing the countries and international organizations for which the secretary has credible information are directly paying the government of Cuba for coerced and trafficked labor of Cuban medical professionals. That's interesting. Venezuela. That's what I was looking for. Of the funds appropriated by this act, 50 million should be made available for democracy programs for Venezuela. So you take their president and his wife out of the country, hope to put a puppet regime in place, and we're going to invest 50 million in democracy programs. Okay. We've been looking at this for way too long. We need to take a break. We haven't played any actual games today at all. And yeah. This has been fun. It's been real. However, it's been a good time, not a long time. Even though it's been fucking 5 hours. And we're about 30 seconds away from 5 hours. So I'd like to take this moment to say, hey, hit that follow button, hit that bell notification icon so you can stay up to date when we go live. And I'll see you on the next one. If you'd like to support the streamer and sub, you're more than welcome to do so. If you don't, keep watching them ads, support the streamer. Those pennies add up. You know what I'm saying? We've paid for a couple games over the time. You know what I mean? But if you really want to support the streamer, you know what I'm saying, you can sub or donate like shit. You can donate to the book fund, you know what I'm saying? Add your book to the list, you know what I'm saying? Send me the book, we'll get at it. Exactly, I'm always gonna say it hasn't been a long time. Exactly, that's the point here. And if you need to tell anybody anything important, start with these 2 words. You hear me? But outside of that, will I be streaming later? To be determined. But I'll see you on the next one. Gomenasai. Kyotsukete. Anzini, Jashta, or Jamada. Matane. Oh, let me use my other phrase. Sore. I think it was Sore Auto. No. Sore. What was that? Sore. Otsukare-sama de. Otsukare-sama desu. Well, I guess otsukare-sama de would be more informal. Otsukare-sama de. Otsukare-sama desu. Which is thank you for your hard work today. Because y'all have worked hard to stay focused on this nonsense that I've been showing y'all. The thousands of things I've showed you today. Between life science, politics, and what was the other thing? Japanese, of course. Anzini Jamada. I'll see you on the next one. Until the next one. This is the next one. But yeah, we forgot the real estate.